is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk, would you please call roll?
Thank you. Good morning. Supervisor Stewart,
Here.
Supervisor Galvin.
Good morning, here.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lesko.
I'm here.
Supervisor Gallardo.
Here.
Chair Brophy McGee.
Here. Okay, we have a number of presentations this morning related to our 2027 budget. We will kick it off with a presentation regarding the fiscal year 2027 budget, Maricopa County Judicial Branch. I would like to invite Presiding Judge Pamela Gates and Judicial Branch Administrator Ray Bellot forward. Welcome. And very quickly, just state your name for the record for our people who are listening online.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Pam Gates. I'm the presiding judge of the Judicial Branch, and supervisors as well as County Manager, thank you for this opportunity.
Good morning. I'm Ray Billett. I'm the Judicial Branch Administrator. Thank you.
We understand the difficult and uncertain budget realities that are facing the board at this time. And the Judicial Branch is focused on trying to present to you only the essential items that are necessary in order for us to fulfill our core constitutional obligations. So first I want to start with our family court. Next slide.
No, that went for last. Here we go.
So 81%, or 57,000 of our family court litigants navigate a very complex area of law without legal representation. These individuals are often victims of domestic violence, attempting to protect themselves and their children. We have identified 6 positions that we believe are essential in order to help our self-represented litigants or our litigants without representation navigate the area of family law. So first, our 2 litigation service facilitators. Hundreds of pleadings are rejected every month because of deficiencies, technical deficiencies that don't allow us to move forward with their legal petitions. And so we've identified the need for 2 facilitators to help correct those errors, to try and assist those individuals in giving them legal information so that we don't have those repeat filings. It will streamline the judicial process, prevent frustrations from our family court litigants, and allow them to have a better experience and to have quicker resolution on their cases. We also identified a need for 2 licensed evaluators and 1 director, licensed director of conciliation services. What happens in family court often are individuals who are struggling with domestic violence, substance use, child abuse, or untreated or unmanaged mental health are coming to the court in order to get assistance. Many of those individuals don't have the financial resources to be able to pay for the necessary evaluations for the court to make informed decisions. And this creates a potentially dangerous situation because the court is only able to make decisions on the evidence and testimony presented to us. We don't want to overtax our individual litigants by asking that they complete evaluations that they simply can't afford to do. So having 2 licensed evaluators in the court, along with the licensed director of conciliation services, will increase the evaluations that the court can have, the written reports, to be able to make those informed decisions, to protect our children, and to be able to ensure that we are adequately protecting the mental, physical, and emotional health of our litigants, and more importantly, the children that are within their families.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. How much do these people in family court pay right now for evaluations? Can you expand more on the evaluations, how much it costs?
So an outside evaluation could range, an average would be about $30,000 to $50,000. They're cost prohibitive in many instances, and in other instances, individuals struggle to retain people who may not be qualified in order to prepare these evaluations. And so the court is always balancing between individuals that may be financially attainable but not qualified, and other individuals that may be qualified but cost prohibitive for the litigants to be able to secure these necessary evaluations for the court to have information to make an informed decision. So these are incredibly expensive evaluations.
I'm not familiar with this evaluation. So let's say a woman is a victim of domestic violence. She's going to court. And what is she going to ask for at your court, and what are you evaluating, and why would it cost so much? What if they hired an attorney? Do they still have to do this evaluation? Help me understand this process.
So let me clarify your question. So in your scenario, when you said a victim of domestic violence is coming to court, and what evaluation are we providing to them, or under this scenario?
What evaluation are you talking about?
Okay, so let me explain from a self-represented standpoint, so an individual without representation, and then if a lawyer was retained. So oftentimes when individuals who don't have representation are coming to court and they are presenting incredibly concerning issues, domestic violence, child abuse, sexual misconduct against the children, the court is looking at different resources that we might be making available. Forensic interviews of their children, but we also have to be cognizant that oftentimes those forensic interviews of the children may also be jeopardizing a future criminal investigation. So we need to make sure that we have a skilled, qualified individual to be able to conduct those forensic interviews. We may also be doing an evaluation, which we refer to as a parenting conference, where our evaluator is meeting with both individuals, talking to the children, and preparing information for the judicial officer. This analysis is looking at something that is above that service that we already provide, which is a much more in-depth analysis of looking at the individual, mental health records, interviewing individuals, and trying to provide more information. Oftentimes, domestic violence isn't just physical. It also involves that coercive control, and it's harder for us to understand and identify and to be able to protect against. Evaluations, oftentimes when somebody has retained a lawyer, those are incredibly comprehensive. For $50,000, the individuals are talking to the teachers, they're talking to the neighbors, they're talking to everyone who interacts with the family to be able to provide a comprehensive evaluation. They're lengthy, they're useful, but oftentimes they're just unattainable for most of our litigants. Did that answer your question, Supervisor?
Well, I'm just trying to understand, because you want the new positions, right? So I'm trying to understand the process. So what would this person be coming in for? Custody of the children, money from the spouse? What are they coming in for? And I guess are you saying that these people have no backup information that the judge needs to make a ruling, and then you would charge, or they would have to go out to some outside source that costs $30,000 to $50,000 to prove their case? Is that what you're saying?
So what I'm saying is, so the individuals that are coming to our court in who we would be referring to these licensed evaluators wouldn't be the financial issues. These would be the individuals who are coming in for legal decision-making and parenting time orders, oftentimes first orders, but also individuals that are coming in for modifications. So a change in circumstance. Something has happened within the family. Maybe there is untreated or unmanaged mental health that has created a dangerous situation for the children. Perhaps substance use has created a danger for the children. And individuals are coming in to seek modification. So when they come in and they tell us that there's been a change in circumstance and they need modified orders, They are coming to us and presenting evidence and testimony in order for us to make an informed decision. Oftentimes, we only have their testimony. There isn't any type of documentation to support it. They're unrepresented, and they're struggling to try and prove their case to us. This allows us to provide them with a service at no cost to them to be able to present the court with additional information in order to make an informed decision. So we'll give the example of somebody who has a situation where there is untreated and unmanaged mental health that is creating a risk to the children and to the family, and they come in and say, this is what's happening, but it's just their testimony. This allows us to go to the evaluator to have additional information and investigation to be able to corroborate and substantiate whether or not that's accurate, a more informed decision for us. An alternative would be for that individual to retain somebody out in the community, but most frequently that's unattainable financially for them.
And not to prolong this too much, but doesn't the defendant come in, like the person that's being accused, and state their side of the story?
Of course. So in that situation, the individual who is coming in to say there's been a change in circumstance, that there is untreated, unmanaged mental health that is creating a danger to the children, and what their observations are. The father, let's say in this instance, the mother is saying that. The father would come in and say that is untrue, that is inaccurate, my mental health is stable, there is no risk to the children. And the judge is left with no more information than one person's testimony and the other person's testimony. And trying to navigate that can be challenging.
And so does this evaluator that you're proposing take both sides of the story, or is just advocating on behalf of the person that's accusing the other person?
There would be no advocacy by this individual. They would be preparing a neutral report on behalf of the court based on their investigation and evaluation on whether there is a substantiated concern that the court should be aware of. It is providing the court with additional information. It would be a written report, and both parties would have an opportunity to see it in advance of the hearing and be able to present additional information that they believe to be appropriate in case they believe that the evaluator was incorrect.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Mr. Gallardo.
Yeah, thank you. Real quickly, Judge, I get it. I'm with you on this. I really am. But why, what would be the capacity of, you have two folks, what would be the capacity? How many cases can they take on annually? And is it 2, 3? I mean, why 2? What's the capacity? Are they going to be overloaded? That sort of stuff.
So we currently have 13 evaluators.
Oh, you currently already have 13?
We currently have 13
Okay.
evaluators. However, the current compensation structure doesn't allow those conciliators to be licensed. So we're asking for 2 licensed evaluators and a licensed director of conciliation services so that the more difficult, the more complex, the more potentially dangerous situations can elevate up to these 2 evaluators. And then, of course, we need a licensed director to be able to manage and supervise other licensed individuals. So it's recognizing that some individuals need a higher level, and the 13 that we currently have in use and are critical to our judicial officers sometimes don't have the necessary education, training, and experience to be able to navigate through these incredibly complex and dangerous areas.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your questions. And our additional request is for a senior law researcher. Our caseloads require significant demands, and having one dedicated researcher will improve consistency, shorten our time to resolution, and give the judicial officers additional time for their hearings and for case management. Next slide.
Presiding Judge Gates, can I go back and just ask a
Of course.
few general questions about it?
Of course.
What is, give or take, and I think you stated it at the beginning, and I did not catch the relevance of it, the percentage of self-represented applicants that you see in family court, and what's the increase? I'm trying to get an idea of how it's changed.
So 81% of our litigants file without legal representation. That's 57,000 individuals that are navigating this incredibly complex system without legal representation. And the area of law is becoming increasingly complex in order to present evidence, in order for us to make these difficult decisions.
I would assume. Presiding Judge, what is the percentage outcome for these self-filers in terms of having their request heard and granted? Do you have some information on that?
You mean that ultimately get to court and have their decision, have a decision before the judge versus resolution?
Respectfully, just granted. I see what you're saying. You filed for it. The judge agrees, so ordered, or however you do it.
So out of the 57,000, some are pre-decree. So these individuals, it's their first time filing, and all of them have to get orders because they're either coming in, getting a dissolution or a divorce, or they're seeking their first time orders. So they have no orders in place. So 100% of those folks they either are going to dismiss their case because they're no longer seeking a dissolution, or they need some type of structure. So 100% of those. But this number of 57,000 includes those folks that are pre-decree, so they don't have first-time orders, as well as the individuals who are coming back to court seeking modification. And they're usually seeking modification because something has changed. And in those instances, sometimes those are granted, and sometimes they're not granted. So sometimes they're able to successfully show a change in circumstance, and sometimes they're not. I don't have data on the percentage of granted versus, and we don't keep that data.
And thank you, Presiding Judge. Understanding the role of the judge is to consider the facts and rule without bias. Your family court judges came to you with this issue, and what I'm hearing you say is the situation is getting worse and worse. We're less able to determine, and that generated this request?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next I want to turn to the expansion of capacity in court services. And this expansion of capacity allows the court to provide virtual hearings to protect those struggling with mental illness, a priority that I know Chair Brophy-McGee shares, and the court shares that concern. So let me give a little bit of history. So back in 2023, this board funded a pilot, and that pilot was allowing virtual hearings for individuals who didn't have a bed at Valleywise to be able to have those virtual hearings to get access, if appropriate, to behavioral health services court-ordered treatment. When that pilot ended, so this board funded an additional judicial officer. When that funding ended, we lost that funding for that judicial officer. The chair brought data to the court's attention that we verified an essential need to return these virtual hearings for those individuals who could get critical services at other crisis facilities within the county and are not available for their treatment at Valleywise. But rather than come and ask the board to refund that full-time commissioner and their staff, we looked internally, and we looked hard at what we could do within our court to be able to adequately cover these and also address our increased filings. And we found a solution, and that solution is in our initial appearance court. So let me explain. Our initial appearance court at ITR runs 365 days, 24 hours. The night shifts are very difficult for us to staff. Oftentimes, we have incredibly qualified individuals who could serve as commissioners who are unable or unwilling to apply for the job because they have a potential that they would be serving a night shift at ITR. Sometimes we use paid pro tems to cover those night shifts at ITR. But our compensation for our paid pro tems is dramatically less than justice court or our municipal court. So what we looked at was this solution. Increase the compensation for a very small subsection of paid pro tems, only the paid pro tems that cover the night shift at ITR. This will allow us to attract and fund qualified individuals to cover the night shift at initial appearance court, and this will allow us to open up 2 entire commissioners to move into our daytime services. Those 2 full-time commissioners will be able to increase our coverage for expedited family court proceedings, the dramatic increase that we're seeing in civil, particularly with a dramatic increase in self-represented litigants that are navigating through our civil process, and very importantly to us, and I know to the board, is covering those mental health hearings. So this shift allows us to open 2 full-time commissioners without asking the board to fund any full-time judges, to expand our resources, or to ask for the staff associated with those.
Very quickly.
Yes.
Thank you, Presiding Judge Gates. One of the issues in dealing with the seriously mentally ill who've been ordered into treatment is there are no beds. And they have 72 hours to find a bed, or they are either re-released back out onto the streets, or they continue staying in the crisis center and are in effect put through the re-adjudication process. The last that I checked, multiple adjudications of the same individual were occurring at the rate of 75 to 80 a month. So my question is, because I thought I'd found a way for you all to save money, how does that savings of not continually putting one person through the process multiple times, did you take that into account in calculating the savings to the court?
Sure. So we have 2 categories, as you know, Chair. We have the category that are repetitioned. So those are the individuals that you're referring to that result in repeated judicial review. So those are individuals that keep coming to the court and there's no bed for them, so they're repetitioned. But we have another category, and that category is individuals who are timing out. And those individuals that are timing out, that's not a reason that they're not needing behavioral health services. There's no bed, and they're not being repetitioned. And the data that was presented to us is approximately 70 a month are timing out. And this access to our court, recognizing that individuals don't have access to our court, is incredibly concerning to us. And so we do recognize that there would be savings for the repeat filings, those repetitions, but we also have the individuals that are the people who are timing out, and we use the data from the pilot, and from the pilot, so it's the same population, and that pilot involved a full-time commissioner. That full-time commissioner, that's all that person heard. They processed some additional paper filings, but they were full-time doing this type of work.
Yeah, thank you. Last question. I hope. I bet you hope too.
No. I'm ready to answer all of your questions.
This is near and dear to my heart. Those individuals that have been through the process or in that are timing out in that 72-hour window, there is a practice on the part of one behavioral health agency to label them do not admit or do not are you aware of that practice?
I am.
Would this gain any type of resolution towards ending it, understanding we ultimately don't have the beds, but we have more beds than what are currently in play?
Yes, so this gives access to vital behavioral health services, mental health services, to those individuals on the do not admit list. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, were there other questions? Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Can you, I'm not as familiar with this as the chair is, so can you tell me where these people would get to see a court officer if they're not in a facility? Like, what do you do? Go out on the street, or? I don't understand how they get, you said you wanted these virtual hearings, correct?
Yes.
And they're not in a facility, I think you said, correct?
No, these individuals are in a crisis facility at
Okay.
UPC.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
The judicial branch must remain open and secure and accessible, as you can expect at all times. And the cost of providing necessary security has increased. The cost overruns historically were offset by our vacancy savings in our security program, and then in more recent years through branch-wide vacancy savings. But this is no longer a viable funding solution. And so the the branch is requesting to right-size our security overtime and associated benefits to align the budget with actual costs. This budget is a correction to longstanding structural misalignment between budgeted overtime and our operational requirements. Next slide, please.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Supervisor Galvin.
Judge Gates, thank you. You know, I think when you say the words right size and overtime, that's an important, I think, phrase or terminology to use. And I think just as a general theme for this board, and I know the county manager feels the same way, I think this is an issue that we're going to have to address, frankly, beyond just your department or agency. But this is something that the board is keen on, is looking at things like budgeting and overtime to make sure that we're expending taxpayer dollars in a good way, an efficient way. So I really appreciate that you're forthcoming about this and you're proactive about it. So I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
You are welcome, Mr. Galvin. I will take that as a gentle polling of the board. Anyone who wishes to express disagreement with that, please speak now. Thank you.
We support the board's vacancy savings policy, but our current staffing trends indicate assumptions that may not align with our actual experience for the court and juvenile probation. We are requesting a collaborative review with county budget to validate our assumptions using available data. If the review supports our concerns, we're asking the board to consider adjusting the budgeted vacancy savings rate to reflect a more appropriate rate consistent with current trends based on available data.
And Judge Gates, okay, may I, with county manager's permission, ask Mike McGee to come up and explain those elusive vacancy rates, that whole budget principle? Would you mind? I could use a refresher and would appreciate the board's indulgence.
Yes, good morning, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Mike McGee. I'm the county's Chief Financial Officer. Just to give you a little bit of a highlight about vacancy, budgeted vacancy savings, we anticipate that each year every department has recurring vacancies, and we look at those and assume that they're going to continue at those same rates in the upcoming year. So when we set aside a budget for personnel costs, we don't set aside the full amount for all the positions. We reduce it by that vacancy rate. And so anytime that there's changes in vacancies or trending, for example, if the vacancies, if they start filling a lot of positions and the vacancy rate comes down, then they haven't been allocated enough to fund all of those positions. And so typically what happens in that case is that they either have to cut in other areas or they stop hiring. On the flip side, if they do experience a lot of vacancies, more than anticipated and more than budgeted, then they end up with a lot of extra vacancy savings that they can spend on other things. So, we're happy to visit and look at their trends and see if there's a review warranted.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? Then, assuming there will be a visit shortly forthcoming. I would like to know, and I'd also like to know the estimated costs. I'm familiar with this practice from the sheriff's department. I'm not picking on anybody, it's just where I became familiar with it. So I'm looking forward to that.
Thank you. With regard to our capital improvement projects, like the board, the judicial branch has had to increase our focus on security. And we are requesting a capital improvement project funding for targeted security enhancements at the judicial branch and our justice courts. Many of our entry points, not only the front, but also the adjacent walls, are made of glass. And over the last 2 years, we've seen an increase in vandalism and unauthorized access to our court through that process. As a result, we've made a multi-year recommendation and request to add ballistic safety tinting, glass break sensors, and automation enhancements to existing badge readers to prevent that unauthorized access to our court facilities and to reduce vandalism. We also appreciate the board's willingness to fund the construction schedule. Over the last 6 years at the central court building, we have built out the floors 10 through 14, and this year, consistent with the budget forecast from FMD, we will be focusing on floor 8, and we are very grateful for the board's continued support of the capital project to update our court facilities, and we thank facilities for their continued commitment to facility design that meets the needs of the court and our community. Next slide. Turning to the future emerging issues and looking beyond fiscal year 27, we are providing this information for awareness only, and we are not making any budget requests. Legislative changes have shifted our juvenile detention population, where individuals are staying in our juvenile detention much longer, and increasing our programming needs within juvenile detention. Our existing facilities are beyond their useful life with significant deferred maintenance costs, and we are bringing it to the board's attention to address potential future facility and programming needs for our juvenile facilities. We also appreciate the board's willingness to consider the build-out of the Superior Court wing at the Southwest Regional Court, and we are continuing to work with FMD and architects, not only being mindful of our current needs, but ensuring that any build-out allows us the capacity to grow, since the west side is growing so significantly. And while we are years away from opening that southwest facility and demolishing our northwest facility, as Supervisor Lesko knows, that northwest facility is booming. And at some point in the future, we would like to have the opportunity to come back and discuss branch needs in the northwest, particularly for protective orders, family court services, and mental health and probate services. Our judicial branch also continues to evaluate our technical needs and our technology. We've had several initiatives that we have funded within our available operating system, including jury management advancements, and also increasing and improving our access to the record and upgrading communications for security and probation. But we do recognize that in the future we may have maintenance costs, subscriptions, and integration costs may result in the judicial branch coming back to discuss those potential costs.
Judge Gates?
Yes.
May I ask you something about related to juvenile detention, and particularly the duly adjudicated children? Shortly before I left the legislature, we worked out some placement agreements with DCS for kids who were coming off probation or juvenile detention, and were also wards of the state. So they were duly adjudicated, as I understand, and very, very difficult to place. They come with enormous issues, and what I had worked out with DCS was a 72-hour holding time so that they could investigate the background of the child, thus avoiding an inappropriate or even dangerous placement. Do you have any information on that program? Because there was actually a change in statute.
At this point, I do not on my fingertips, but I will get the information. I will talk with our juvenile folks and get back and get you that information in a day or so, if that's okay.
I very much appreciate it. Throughout your presentation, Judge Gates, you have indicated you are dealing with the toughest populations we have, you know, from DCS to domestic violence to substance abuse to criminal conduct, and I appreciate your devotion to this. You've mentioned some projects in the future. I would suggest, and I'm going to leave it up to Madam County Manager, that you begin developing the facts and the numbers and the timelines sooner rather than later. Would that work?
Madam Chair, yes, and we can work with Ray and his facilities team to develop those capital requests.
Thank you.
And to the chair, I also want you to know that we have 2 judicial officers that have a small subset of their calendar that is specialized to those crossover youth. So we have specialized judicial officers who focus on those most vulnerable youth to make sure that we are understanding the demands of their detention as well as their unique trauma situation of their family, and ensuring that they have a safe place and that their needs are being met. Next slide, please. The judicial branch appreciates the board's continued support for pay-for-performance efforts to maintain market competition, or market competitive compensation. The need to attract and retain fairly compensated qualified workforce remains a priority for the branch, and we recognize that many of our branch employees are very committed to our mission, but maintaining that competitive compensation is essential to sustaining our workforce. And we appreciate the board's consideration for pay-per-performance funding and targeted market studies as important tools to help ensure a stable and quality workforce. I know I've answered questions throughout the presentation, but I'm happy to answer any additional questions that the board may have.
Board members, questions or comments? Mr. Stewart.
Madam Chair, thank you, and thank you for that presentation. I appreciate that. You know, on the pro tem piece, do you feel like is that used for more flex, or is that a strategic way to fill that position? Or, because I noticed there's some communication in about overtime. Tell me a little bit more about the flex pro tems and how that works, and are we overly reliant on that, or?
So we're not overly reliant on our paid pro tems at all. So they're not receiving overtime. That it is a very strategic use of our paid pro tems. Most of the court's pro tems are volunteers who assist the court. So these are qualified lawyers. To give you just a little bit, and you probably know this, but judges are the individuals that are appointed by the governor. Commissioners go through the same vetting process, but they are hired by the presiding judge and approved by the board. In pro tems are those qualified lawyers who go through another vetting process and are also approved by the board. So a subset of those pro tems the court uses as paid pro tems. It's a very small group of individuals that provide coverage in some of our most difficult and areas that are challenging to staff, and we need an elevated level of quality in order to do that. So this would be a subset of that subset, and only the individuals that are working overnight. So a very strategic identification of a subset of individuals.
Okay, thank you. And what's the backlog look like for the courts right now? Are there any Sixth Amendment issues that we're dealing with for length of time? Is that one of the reasons for the ask today?
So we work very hard to ensure access to justice and timely resolution of our cases. For us in criminal, when we have challenges with ensuring a timely criminal trial, we dip into our civil judges. I covered a juvenile calendar for a month. We currently have 4 vacancies. 2 have been selected by the governor, but when we have cases that are coming, we look to each other to cover for each other. Right now, we have 1 judicial officer who is covering the calendar of 2. We're not complaining. We have the best job in the state, no offense. But we work incredibly hard and we cover for each other. So we don't have Sixth Amendment access issues, but we have to cover for each other all the time. And it's not because somebody's not doing their job. It's to make sure that we are processing the increased filings. Since fiscal year 2022, there has been a significant increase in our filings, and even from 24 to fiscal year 25, there's been an increase in our court's filings, and we process what is filed.
So thank you. And Madam Chair,
Mr. Stewart.
if the board were to grant this request, and you've got a couple things here, you've got capital on one side, which is a different bucket of money, and then you have obviously O&M on this side. If the board were to grant this, what would that change with what I'm guessing is a bit of an issue? If you're going back and forth in between civil and your courts, and you're burning the candle at both ends, how would this change that?
So what this funding request would do, it would give us 2 full-time commissioners to add into our daytime services. And where we think our strategic need is most essential is in the mental health area, which is we want to resume the pilot hearings that we had before, but we do see an increase in mental health hearings. We also would use those 2 full-time commissioners to be strategic in what our needs are. Our current needs are in civil filings, particularly in self-represented litigant filings, those expedited filings, and in expedited family court matters. So that's where we would likely be targeting that attention.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Galvin?
I'll have closing comments.
Okay. Are there closing comments? All right.
Madam Chair, thank you. Mr. Balat, thank you. Good to see you again. I believe this is now my 5th round of budget hearings, and so each year gets more and more fascinating. But Presiding Judge Gates, this is an appreciation and gratitude for you. First of all, this is your first year, I believe, as presiding judge, so thank you very much for your presentation this morning, a comprehensive presentation, frankly, a masterclass in answering the questions and being proactive and able to address all of the board's questions and concerns and soliciting more information. But secondly, since I served as chair last year, you and I overlapped, and I just want to say thank you. You were always open and accessible, and most importantly, were able to offer good ideas and advice and insight on what's going on. You now lead one of the largest judicial branches in the nation. This is a tremendous job and responsibility, and you hit the ground running, and I just want to say thank you and good luck.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Gallardo? Vice Chair Lesko? Comments, questions? Nothing. Okay. So just to, first of all, thank you very much for an excellent presentation. My follow-ups on this, just to check off with Madam County Manager, is a vacancy rate evaluation and costing out. And then, because I'm worried that it might put you a little bit over budget. But then also a review of capital projects prioritizing safety, because I'm hearing that a lot from my fellow board members. Is there anything else you need assistance with from us going forward with this request?
No, but thank you for considering all of our requests. On behalf of the judicial branch, we appreciate your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much. I think Supervisor Galvin said it perfectly. I'm not going to add to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, members, for your excellent questions and comments. We will now proceed with presentation of the 2027 budget for Maricopa County Justice Courts. Calling forward Judge Driggs, Judge Germain, Jennifer Harold, and Ginger Rodas. Please have a seat. One more chair. Thank you. Thank you. And once you all are seated, we're almost there. Please introduce yourself, starting from the right for the people who are watching online.
Good morning, my name is Ginger.
You have to make sure the light says green.
Good morning, I'm Ginger Rodas, Deputy Court Administrator for Maricopa County Justice Courts.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Harold. I'm the Court Administrator for the Justice Courts.
Good morning, I'm Judge Lenore Driggs, the Presiding Justice of the Peace for the Maricopa County Justice Courts.
And good morning, I'm Jennifer Germain, the Associate Presiding Justice of the Peace for Maricopa County.
Okay. I will try desperately not to call you by your first names. Okay. Please proceed. Thank you, Judge Griggs. You need to turn your...
Good morning. And thank you for this opportunity to present our fiscal year 2027 budget request for the Maricopa County Justice Courts. All right, so in fiscal year 2027, we'll be managing 27 courts spread throughout Maricopa County and one jail court located at the Maricopa County Intake and Release Facility, which processes all intakes and releases from custody for those arrested on warrants or serving court-ordered self-surrender detention. With the funding request for fiscal year 27, our goal is to maintain excellent customer service standards while meeting our governing mandates and increased case processing demands.
I'm sure you know that Maricopa County is growing. People come from all over the world to travel to sporting events, conventions, concerts, and individuals and families move to the Valley for our growing economy and attainable standards of living. And as the county grows, so does the courts. We have put a lot of thought and research into our budget requests this year and have identified operating capacity and savings in both our Special Revenue Fund and our Judicial Collections Enhancement Fund to cover the majority of our request.
Maricopa County Justice Courts operate under a complex set of mandates and obligations, including those laid out in Article 3 of the United States Constitution and the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendments to the Constitution. Others are detailed in the Arizona Constitution, Article 2, Sections 2.1, 4, and 11, and in the Arizona Revised Statutes, and Article 6, Section 3 of the Arizona Constitution gives the Arizona Supreme Court administrative supervision over all the courts in Arizona, and the Maricopa County Justice Courts must also abide by the standards and rules laid out in the Arizona Code of Judicial Administration, Administrative Orders 2025-67, 2024-26, 2014-108, 2015-60, 2016-50, 2016-79, and the Arizona Supreme Court Strategic Plan for 2024 through 2029.
We are grateful to this board and the Elections Department for working with us this past year to redraw our precinct lines. The new jurisdiction lines, along with the new Canyon Trails Justice Court, will alleviate the growing caseload from the 4 courts that exceeded the statutory limit set forth in Arizona Revised Statute 22-125H.
In fiscal year '23, the Board of Supervisors allowed us to perform an in-depth staffing study with 65th North Group. This study was undertaken to provide an objective third-party, data-driven assessment of staffing levels across each individual court. Part of what we asked 65th North Group to do was create a formula to measure direct case processing demand by individual court and case mix to determine adequate staffing levels for each court. We submitted those updated calculations for 2025 to the Budget Office and have included a copy of the staffing study in your packets.
Our fiscal year '23 staffing study also highlighted growing impacts to customer service with longer wait times at public counters and on phone lines, as well as delays in responding to electronic inquiries. Staff have reported higher transactional volumes, expanded data entry, and records management requirements that have reduced available time per transaction, increasing the risk of errors and the need for corrective rework.
Included in our fiscal year 2027 budget request is a market compensation review for our Justice System Clerk Series Market Range Titles, or MRTs, and our Administrative Office MRTs. MCJC is experiencing high turnover levels, 28.7% average, within our Justice System Clerk Series MRTs and our Administrative Office MRTs, 12% average. We are requesting that the Board of Supervisors consider a market rate salary adjustment, MRT realignment, or a critical staffing differential as detailed in the Maricopa County Premium Pay Rates Policy from May of 2023. Excuse me.
Madam Chair, I have a quick
Supervisor
question
Galvin and then Supervisor Stewart.
aspect of your presentation. These folks who are leaving due to attrition, do you know where they're going? Are they going to other government-related positions? Are they basically rising up within the system, or are they leaving for the private sector?
So all of the above, particularly my court, our clerks know that they can walk across the street to City of Chandler and make $4 more an hour immediately and have to deal with only 2 case types, where our court deals with 7 case types.
Okay. Anything else?
I was going to say, and often they're told to get trained in the Maricopa County Justice Courts and then go work for the municipal courts.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Stewart.
That kind of in line with what I was going to ask. Do we do an exit interview with folks that leave, and that's what you're finding? Is it's primarily pay? Is there anything else that's a factor in attrition?
So pay, and then also our courts have been so heavily overloaded with case filings in the East Valley in our area. We're getting collections filings by the box load every single day.
So it's workload.
It's workload, it's stress, and we've had a number of our employees be contacted by litigants at their homes. So there's also a safety aspect to it.
See, thank you.
Thank you.
Exit survey data indicates employees are predominantly leaving due to the below market pay rates in our high-stress, complex work environment. Investing in the retention of trained, experienced court clerks, admin staff, and supervisors will enable us to provide the highest levels of customer service and meet the mandated time standards for case processing. We believe that the requested salary adjustments should eventually self-fund through increased case processing and fine collection capacity.
We are requesting a total appropriation of $45,192,625, of which the above base requests are $3,219,696 from the general fund for Justice Courts operations, statutory expansion under Arizona Revised Statute 22-125H, and the staffing needs detailed through our fiscal year 2023 staffing study. We have identified available operating capacity in our special revenue fund for the creation of a training department and in our Judicial Collections Enhancement Fund to cover the additional request of $5,492,229. We're asking the Board of Supervisors to allow us to use those funds by appropriating them back to our courts in fiscal year '27.
I'm sorry, may I ask a question? I heard 45 million?
That is our base amount. We're going to go into the overages right now.
So 45 million base amount, that's what you're spending now, correct?
No, that is including what we're going to go into detail with.
And is that an increase over the current year?
Yes.
By how much? I just didn't follow that,
Okay.
and I apologize.
So from the general fund, we're requesting $3,219,696.
Okay.
And on your next slide, it will break down.
Thank you.
Okay. Right. This is our first time since fiscal year '23 that we are asking for an above-base appropriation. Case filing has fully recovered from the COVID lull and continues to grow at unprecedented rates. To maintain our customer service levels, we have relied heavily on overtime and workload redistribution, which has caused increased levels of burnout and staff turnover, and it is not a sustainable long-term solution. These conditions indicate that our staffing levels are insufficient to meet our ongoing operational demands, and clerical support is needed and necessary to stabilize workloads, reduce delays, and maintain timely and accurate service delivery. We will first take you through our ongoing requests for recurring amounts and then through our one-time requests. The new positions created through the ongoing request of $3,219,696 from the general fund will staff the newly created court in the West Valley, as well as provide critical support, improve efficiency, and help sustain timely and effective service delivery throughout the county, and will enable us to meet our mandates prescribed by rule and law.
We have identified available operating capacity within our Justice Court's Special Revenue Fund 245 to pay for our next set of ongoing operating requests. First, we are requesting 3 positions to create a training department to focus on standardizing case processing across all 27 justice courts and meet the case processing timelines laid out in Arizona Supreme Court Administrative Orders 2025-67, 2014-108, 2015-60, and 2016-79, and Goal 5.2 from Chief Justice Timmer's strategic plan. Next, we are asking for the conversion of 5 existing operation assistant positions to management analyst MRTs. The vision for this group of positions is to mentor, guide, and support our 56 judicial clerk supervisors and clerk leads, and to develop case processing procedures for newly enacted and modified statutes that align with standards set by the Arizona Supreme Court.
We're trying to listen and read, but it doesn't match.
With what we're saying in the...
Yeah, that's only the general fund breakdown.
And then now we're on this one. So then we're asking for funding to cover judges pro tem to keep our courts operating while newly elected JPs go through extensive training with the Arizona Supreme Court and internal case management training with our justice courts. I hope you would all agree that trained and bench certified judges benefit everyone in Maricopa County. Our last ongoing request for Fund 245 is to fund the costs associated with electronic court recording and remote access to court proceedings. This project was originally funded through the increased COVID funding, which is now coming to an end. For the record, AV hardware and software helps us comply with the court recording and remote access requirements found in the Arizona Code of Judicial Administration, Chapter 6, Section 1-602.
Our final ongoing appropriation request is for a new service level agreement with the Judicial Branch Court Technology Services Group. We have identified available operating capacity in our Judicial Collections Enhancement Fund 204 to cover these ongoing expenses. Now, we'll take you through our one-time funding requests.
We are requesting $3,548,306 from the available savings in our Judicial Collections Enhancement Fund 204 to fund necessary technology and security efforts that align with the intended use of that fund. Administrative Order 2024-26 requires us to obtain IT support from the Judicial Branch and its contracted providers. This includes upgrades to our servers and case management systems, maintenance and enhancement for our court recording systems, and technology infrastructure and equipment for the new court in the West Valley. These upgrades are necessary because our legacy IT systems create a cybersecurity threat to both Maricopa County and Arizona Judicial Branch. These proposed upgrades will align our systems with those used by the Superior Court and ensure compliance with recommendations from the Center for Internet Security, the National Center for State Courts, and the Department of Homeland Security 2025 Homeland Threat Assessment. This migration will also create a technology gap between the courts and Maricopa County, reducing shared risk exposure and strengthening protection for other county departments from the escalating cyber threat environment targeting judicial systems nationwide.
Our final funding request is for needed general maintenance for our justice court facilities. We are asking to use $581,400 from our available savings in the Justice Court Special Revenue Fund 245 to pay FMD and their vendors for these repairs, as well as the furniture and cubicles for the new West Valley Court.
We wanted to let you know that we are collaborating with the Superior Court to improve the security at our entry points and mitigate risk in our facilities. Judicial Branch Security will be requesting capital improvement project funds on behalf of our courts to address this need. We are in full support of the request and this project.
Finally, we wanted to make sure that the Board of Supervisors and County Management are aware of the status and implications for justice courts as it pertains to the 2024 Secure the Border Act. This act created a new Class 1 misdemeanor Arizona criminal charge for what is a civil infraction under federal law. Title 13, Chapter 38, Article 35, Section 13-4295. Enactment of this statute is currently on hold until the 7th Circuit Court of Appeals rules on the constitutionality of an identical law in Texas. Arizona's law will automatically take effect 60 days after the Texas law takes effect. While we are not requesting funding at this time, a future year or contingency mid-year request is likely should ARS 13-4295 be enacted. The enactment of a state criminal charge for illegal entry into Arizona has the potential to double our caseload. That would trigger statutorily mandated expansion under 22-125H. This law would also require the county attorney's office and public defender's office to staff up. It may also affect Superior Court, juvenile court, and juvenile and adult probation. There is not a designated funding source identified in the ballot referral or the law.
And thank you again for allowing us to present our fiscal year 27 budget request. We've done our best to minimize the impact to the county's general fund, and while meeting the obligations to our staff, our customers, and the general public. We're happy to answer any other questions that you may have about our budget request.
Thank you. Questions or comments from board members? Vice Chair Lesko.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for presenting. As always, I'm going to rely on our budget staff to help explain what they all just said, because the slide and, it didn't always correlate with what you had a lot more to say than what's in the slide. So thank you.
Was that a request for Mr. McGee to come forward, or? Not yet.
They can deal with it.
Okay. Any other? Supervisor Stewart?
Thank you. So the total budget for your entire department is 45 million?
Correct.
And the ask today is about 6.5 or 7
So,
with one-time fund and ongoing?
yes. So the total budget, including our one-time asks, is 45 million
Total budget, so.
for the entire Justice Court Department.
So you're at 38?
We're at 38 right now.
37?
Yeah.
Right, okay, all right. So this is a pretty significant ask from a budgetary standpoint. What percentage of your budget is paid for through fines?
So the fines that we collect from litigants gets divvied up into probably 150 different pools, which then gets divvied up into more pools and more pools. What we get from our fines that we collect are the Special Revenue Fund 245 and the Judicial Enhancement Collection Fund 204.
So some of that fining gets siphoned into the state general fund or into the county general? Or how does that work?
All of the above.
All the above?
We only see about $10 off of every filing.
Oh, so $10 out of 100 or $1 out? Okay, I got you. So what is that total number? Do you know? I guess.
And I have that right here. For fiscal year 26, our balance in the judicial. Okay. So we have 1.2 million in the Justice Court Judicial Enhancement Fund, and the Special Revenue Fund is 7.71 million.
Okay, so there's a significant dollar amount there.
We are paying significant amounts.
Has your, and I don't know if it's, again, we're learning here, but is the fine, is that adjustable to the people that, get in trouble? And are you looking for revenue sources there to raise the number? So if you find somebody $20 this year, next year we move it to 25, or how does that work? Is that statutorily guided?
Chairwoman, Supervisor Stewart, all of that is set out through statute. We have very little wiggle room.
Okay, so it's not something you can do. All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Having lost 2 board members, Mr. Galvin. You good? So I do have some questions. The operational mandates that you outlined, are they more or less, seeing as how county and agencies are administrative arms or subdivisions of the state, are those more or less requirements than, say, the courts or other county offices?
So our operational mandates, it's more because they come both from the county, the Superior Court, and the Supreme Court, in addition to ones that are prescribed in the statutes.
Okay, so.
And in your packets for your reference, I put the relevant.
Oh, and this packet that we just got?
Yes, of the Arizona Code of Judicial Administration, and then copies of the administrative orders from the Supreme Court.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing you say is that the additional operational mandates cost you more. Does it strangle your ability to make operational and management adjustments? Oh, and let me just keep going. Thank you for the weighted caseload justice courts clerk staffing study from 65th North Group. I'm referring back to the conversation we had last November when we approved an additional justice court and staffing in Supervisor Lesko's district. This is a 2023 study, so it was commissioned before either of you 2 wonderful ladies came into office, correct? Was there an ask, and I think the subject came up at last year's meeting, to consider staffing model changes to conform more to what the Superior Court is doing? Are you familiar with that? I know we had the
Yes.
staffing study and staffing model questions back then. My perception was that we were under enormous stress to approve this position, and we were happy to do it. But I think the ask was that you all go back and look at your staffing models, because it kind of reminds me of DCS. The more you do the same thing and it doesn't work, it doesn't mean you should do it more.
Yeah.
So where are you in the consideration of different staffing for the varying courts? It's my understanding that some of them are far busier than others. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just trying to explain to you where my thinking is going.
Right. So what I remember you asking us to consider, like how we had our JPCs, and I'm not sure about the staffing, but what we have done for the staffing is that we created a new system for how we let the courts ask for a new clerk. So what we had before was each court had their own number of staff. So they would get a manager, a deputy manager, and then a certain number of clerks. And those PCN numbers belonged to that specific court. So what we created back in October was to make it into a pool,
Yes.
instead of them belonging only to each court. That way, every time there was a termination, it would go into the pool, and whichever court was most busy needed a clerk, even if they were fully staffed
Right.
with their personal PCN numbers, they could take from that pool. So that's what we've been doing, and it's been working. But, just in the last 3 months, 4 months since we did that, there have been 17 terminations and then 13 rehires. So it's just this constant, and like why we need, we need to have that study to help alleviate the turnover rate and, get our clerks up to the market level in pay so that there would be less turnover. I think that would also help us.
I understand that there was a lot of resistance to going to that model, that the courts who had their wonderful administrative assistants did not want to let them go and would not let you have them. Have you made any progress on that?
Right. They've all agreed to the pool, and so it's working how we need it to work right now.
So then, I guess, have you thought about a clerk of the court model for case processing, like Superior Court uses? Have you considered or studied that?
So Superior Court is divided up by case type. So your family court clerks only go to family court. We're divided up by population and region. So every single one of our courts has to deal with the 7 case types that go into justice court. So we don't have the statutory authority to operate like Superior Court does, because we are the court that is common out in the population, and we're geographically bound.
Thank you, and I would appreciate help tracking that down. If you're prohibited by statute from operating more efficiently, that's not right.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, it is statute 22-125 is our governing statute.
I'll research it later. What is the average turnover for justice system clerk series MRTs within the industry, if that's what you want to call it, or other counties, or... Because I know back in the day, now Judge Driggs and I, your husband, were combating the hideous turnover in caseworkers. It was upwards of almost 70%. Do you know what the average is, either in other comparable justice court systems or other counties? Have you looked outside Maricopa County?
We have not. But we can look and see what the others, the other, cities, counties and whatnot to find out and to get at least maybe a state average of what that looks like.
Okay. I would not be honest if I did not say have serious concerns with this budget request. I know it was developed with great earnestness and hard work, and I want to acknowledge that first and foremost, and thank you very much for it. It's pretty overwhelming. I'm hoping we can go back and look at some of the discussions from November going forward. I think you were having some other study because you saw this coming. And what I would like to figure out, is there a way we can develop a respond and plan as opposed to a react, oh no, it's coming. I think you're starting to get there, but I really want to work with you all in boiling down this budget request, given the current environment.
Yes, we would like that. And, you know, some of the requests that we have is looking ahead to when we have to open another court, because we found ourselves stuck needing the staffing to, you know, try to throw together a court to help alleviate, you know, White Tank and Country Meadows and those other two courts that are over the statutory limit, but our hands were tied because, you know, the budget. So now we've asked for more so that we could have it there in case we get to that point again.
Got it. So let me do a deeper dive with county budget staff and see if we can come up with any suggestions or follow up on any loose ends. Any further comments? Thank you so much.
Thank
for
you.
your
Thank you for this
presentation.
time and your consideration.
Really appreciate you, and thank you for this study. Thank you, ladies. May we call up the 2027 Maricopa County Constables Budget Team. Nathan Wallace, Presiding Constable, James Rich, Associate Presiding Constable, and Patrice Goodman, Constable's Administrator. Thank you and welcome. And once you are seated, starting my right to left, please state your name for the people who are watching online.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. I am Nathan Wallace, Presiding Constable.
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable members of the board. My name is James Rich, Associate Presiding Constable.
And good morning, Chair and the board. I'm Patrice Goodman, Constable's Administrator.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I have a very brief presentation for you this morning. I hope you appreciate. I'm going to jump around a little bit. The first slide we have gives a breakdown of some salaries that are going on in the county specifically, and where we're asking to go with one of our asks. Highlighted is the MCAO investigator line. We're going to be getting to that momentarily. That's where we're going to ask to go for one of our budget requests. Our deputies, we employ 9 deputy constables at the constable's office. Currently, our pay range is $58,968 to $78,624, making our deputy constables the lowest paid police officers in the state of Arizona. We have started to experience a turnover rate just as other people have, primarily based on the low pay. In 2025, we lost 3 deputy constables of our 9. One ran for office and was elected constable to get the pay increase. One left and went to the private sector for more money, and one left and went to federal law enforcement for more money. The amount of money we spend and the time and effort we spend to replace them when they go, for that small of a group, is cost prohibitive. We're asking the board to adjust their salary range to that to be the same of the MCAO investigators. And in the slide that is currently up, which is page 3 for you guys, we have one vacancy right now. We're in the process of filling. He is scheduled to possibly start March 25th of this year. We're in background process, but we expect that to go smoothly. He is a 35-year law enforcement officer. With that being said, to give you guys an idea of what we have in our pool for deputies, our youngest to oldest in terms of their time with us, we have 1.5 a year, but he brings 32.5 years of law enforcement experience to the table when he came. We have one at 1.1 years. He's got 28 years with the county, both detention and deputy sheriff before retiring and coming to us. We have another one just over 2 years. He has 38 years of law enforcement between us and Phoenix PD. We have another one at just short of 4 years. He is just short of 19 years total law enforcement in Arizona. One at just over 4 1/3 years that brings 20 years of experience. The next one at 5.3 years brings 34 years of experience. Our second most senior at 7.3 years brings 34 years. That 34 years is all within Maricopa County Constables. He started as a deputy constable, became an elected constable, retired and hired back on as a deputy constable. He has given 34 years of his life to this county. And our most senior deputy at 12.7 years has 45.7 years of total experience. That's 251.7 years in my 8 deputies for an average of 31.5 years. I want the board to understand when we're asking for some more money, these are tenured, senior, mature officers that we use to control the wild card, if you will, the electeds. The electeds are something we can't choose. I'm elected, he's elected. They're chosen by the people, a lot of which have no law enforcement experience at all. So we use our mature deputies to try to, I guess, train, hone, and control, better situate and reduce the liability to the county, reduce the liability to all the citizens of Maricopa County, and increase the safety to our citizens and to our staff.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Galvin.
Mr. Wallace, aren't all deputy constables AZ post certified?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is a requirement, statutory requirement to be a deputy constable. You must be an AZ post certified police officer.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay, please.
So we're asking the board to increase the salary range to be the same as the MCAO investigator, $70,720, topping out at $101,920. We had a conversation with budget to give you guys an understanding of what that will do. You have the numbers in front of you. I don't think I need to read each line item. It's $160,441 a year ask, including ERE, for my 9 deputies. It's a substantial number, but a fairly small number at the same time, I do believe. The second ask we have this year that's above baseline is the 27th constable, as required by statute and approved by this board. We need $54,900 in a one-time ask, which takes care of a vehicle, uniform, taser, radio, the things that make that office viable. And then we'll need $153,424 in a recurring ask to fund that position. With that said, we have $54,900 in one-time ask and $313,865 in recurring ask to the increase of our budget. That is my presentation, and with that, I will take questions if there are any.
Are there questions from board members? Vice Chair Lesko.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for the breakdown. I thought it was easy to read about the one-time versus the ongoing reoccurring costs. I do have some questions, though. Remind me how much an elected constable makes.
$75,000 a year.
Okay.
And that is
so,
statutorily set.
yeah, and so the deputies get paid more, it looks like here, correct? Yeah.
Well, they don't currently. Actually, that is
Current
their salary,
and
including benefits,
Okay.
retirement and everything. Those are the whole numbers when it
Gotcha.
comes to budget.
Got you. Thank you for the clarification. What kind of pension plan? Like you said, a lot of these folks, I think you said, a lot of them are retired law enforcement and that type of thing. Do they also most of them have a pension in addition to the salary that they're getting?
Most of them are retired out of PSPRS.
Okay.
As police officers, so they do have some sort of pension monies coming in.
Okay.
I don't ask them what their pension monies are coming in.
Sure. Understood.
As it, in my opinion, doesn't necessarily become applicable to the duties they're performing today.
Right. Understood.
And I do have a couple that are not pensioned.
Okay.
Additionally, they are ASRS, well, deputy constables.
Okay, they're on ASRS.
Yes.
Okay, and then they might have PSPRS, maybe.
Most of them are retired from PSPRS.
Okay.
And then they come into ASRS as deputies.
And so do deputy constables, are they on the PSPRS plan now? No, you said ASRS. Okay,
They are
ASRS.
not eligible for PSPRS, even if they haven't retired out of PSPRS.
Okay, all right, that's good to know, that's helpful. What's my other question?
Do you have a constable in that case? I mean, technically I'm sorry.
Supervisor Gallardo.
Go for it.
Supervisor Gallardo, to that point.
Okay, no worries. On the Canyon Trails Justice Precinct new constable seat breakdown, you have salary and benefits, 147,911. How much of that is salary? Like what salary is that person? 75, right, 75, okay. 75,000. I think that is all my questions.
If I may, add one more thing on the deputy constable salary. You asked if they're paid more than constables. They're not. Without the benefits, it's just straight salary compared to $75,000 for any constable. The highest paid deputy is at $67,860 for their salary alone.
Got it. So probably that. Sorry, Madam Chair. So probably these last couple people are the highest paid. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. They've been around the longest. Okay, thank you. Those cover my questions.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Gallardo.
Oh, no.
To that point.
No, I'm good. I was able to follow along. What's that?
Feel free.
No, I was able to follow along. You had a constable who had, I'm assuming this is the individual constable that has no longer elected, but he is a deputy constable. I'm assuming that's the gentleman that is part of the public elected retirement system.
So I have,
yeah.
Supervisor Gallardo, I do have one constable that is retired out of the elected PSPRS.
Oh, yes.
Okay, and then hired back on as a deputy. Most of my deputies are retired out of PSPRS on the police side.
I just
And then
would
hired on.
make sure you don't say a name.
No, I won't.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the pension thing, and maybe, so if you are in PSPRS and you go to AR, do you have to pick one of the two? Or do you?
So anybody that's, as we're getting these retired police officers in, they've retired out of PSPRS. They're no longer eligible to re-enter PSPRS because they've started drawing. So then they have to go in ASRS. One thing that we are going to be looking at in the future for those that have been on the legislative side, we have a couple of younger deputies that are not retired out of PSPRS. That if we were considered any normal police agency, they would be eligible to be in PSPRS as a police officer. But because we are not, they are not eligible. Even if they were established in PSPRS before coming to us, they have to go into ASRS.
I understand.
Which is something we don't appreciate, but we're going to work out on a legislative level
And Madam Chair,
Please.
So I think what I was getting at is, so let's say they retire, they're done, they're going to fish, right? And do they pick one of the two retirements to choose from, to get paid from?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Stewart, I can answer that. They would collect both pensions.
So there's two pensions for, okay, all right, well, thank you. That was all my questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Galvin? Thank you. No questions. So, one question I would ask you, first of all, ever since I came on the Board of Supervisors, you have been a fierce and excellent advocate for a group of unruly, sometimes, individuals, very opinionated individuals. So I wanted to thank you for your leadership. You used the word normal. If there were any normal, what did you mean by that? As opposed to constitutionally mandated, or?
No, if they were a police officer for, say, Chandler Police Department or Phoenix Police Department, they would be eligible to be part of the PSPRS police, the public safety, in terms of a police officer or firefighter. As a deputy constable, they're not eligible. The same thing goes for Maricopa County attorneys, investigators, AG investigators. They're not eligible for that. It was carved out for some odd reason, making them only eligible for ASRS, or they can actually stay in corp if they started in corrections, but they cannot stay in PSPRS or go into PSPRS.
Thank you very much. So that really pertains to their retirement plans?
It does.
Okay.
It does.
Oh. Supervisor Lesko, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. I guess my question is, what does an MCAO investigator do, and why did you tie it to that salary? Is it like similar work, or?
It is.
Okay.
MCAO investigators, they do some investigative aspects. They do quite a few investigative aspects, but they handle summonses, subpoenas, a lot of the same work that my deputies handle. We drew kind of a balance to it in what they don't do in the training. Most of my deputy constables are either instructors, field training officers, so their training aspect of our constables and deputy constables, we took that as kind of a balancing factor of which investigations they weren't doing that the MCAO was doing, but everything else pretty well correlated.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I used to be on a salary negotiations team far longer ago than I care to admit. In addition to salary, there are typically other aspects of it, and that will mean it's, in other words, paying more money. And I meant to say this last time with the last presenter, paying more money doesn't necessarily solve your problem of having more people apply. They have to fit and be suitable to the job. Have you looked at other aspects of the constables that may be creating blocks to staying or blocks to employment, like working conditions, or I'm seeing your administrator. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The younger ones are the main, the ones who will leave, because it's a salary, you know, if they have a family, it's not a salary that's really conducive to providing for their family in a meaningful way for the work that they do. Even the single one that left for the federal ICE agency, he was going there for an increase of approximately $40,000. So we just couldn't keep him with our little salary. There's benefits, absolutely. There's Monday through Friday work. There's no weekend work, so that's another, side benefit. But it's mainly the younger ones. And then the older ones, and I say older age because they're so experienced. Of course, with that experience comes age, years. They they stick around unless they have some kind of medical issue or change of life scenario that makes them want to just retire from everything and enjoy their life. But there are great support.
Yes.
And we want their salaries to be increased so that they have some kind of, you know.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Madam Chair, if I may follow on that.
Please,
We
Mr.
have looked at, and I don't know if you're necessarily alluding to the elected side. We have had some very vocal elected officials in the past year or two. Some that have caused a little bit of hostility, but we have really worked on bringing the family back together. And yes, I believe that we have resolved I guess you could say the non-salary component.
Yes.
That's driving people away. I won't really say that we're driving anybody away. What we do is dangerous.
Yes.
And I would invite any supervisor to come for a ride along anytime they want. We will get you properly fitted with a ballistic vest, and you can follow us into places that you never wanted to see. Yeah, Supervisor Lesko said no, thank you.
I thought you'd be up for that. No, okay, but yes.
It is a calling. What we do is a calling, absolutely.
Yes.
I believe that for the most part, you're called to what we do or you're not. But once again, even our youngest guy that left to go to a federal agency, there just wasn't enough money to put a family together.
Understood.
And for our core, which is our senior guys, yes, they have a subsidy coming in from their retirement, so they're not super duper worried about the money. But at the same time, is that a reason to abuse them by underpaying them?
Abuse?
Well, by underpaying them. It's a harsh term.
Want to restate that?
Well, it's a harsh term.
Yes, it is.
But if we're underpaying qualified individuals, they choose to stay, yes. I will give you that. And yes, I have been a very vocal advocate for my people.
Well, and thank you very much, Mr. Wallace. I think what took us down this trail was my clumsily worded compliments of your leadership.
Thank you for
And
that.
and I should have used the word fractious, bringing together a fractious group of individuals, but I definitely dispute your use of the word abuse, but you're under the hot mic and the lights and everything else, so we'll put that aside. And thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Galvin.
Sorry, if I may. First of all, thank you all three for coming down today and for your presentation. A very good, succinct presentation that gets to the point and really gets to the heart of the matter of the issues you want to address. Secondly, serving as a constable, it is a very dangerous job. It's a very dangerous position. And frankly, I think the way that Arizona does it is one of the most unique ways in the United States. And frankly, people who step up, regardless of elected or not, to serve as constable in this system that we have is very admirable. Secondly, I think we would all desire a better system of how it's designed and devised. I think all of us here, if we're at a table, frankly, if we were in charge, would do it differently. And that is one of the things that really keeps me up at night, is worrying about constables as a whole in terms of how the system is set up in many ways for you to be in harm's way or in danger. So also, you're not doing it for the money. It is a calling. But I also agree with the Madam Chair's assessment of that. However, I just want you to extend our thanks and gratitude for everyone serving into the constable division, so to speak, or branch, because of the way you do serve is under difficult circumstances. But also, secondly, the deputy constables really do serve an important function. Frankly, when I'm filling out a vacancy in my district and I'm interviewing people who are interested in being a constable, many of them are very young or do not have law enforcement experience. And the one question I ask, regardless of any vacancy, but in particular for a constable, why do you want to do this, right? Do you know what you're getting yourself into? And I do know that when there's a new constable, not only is there you, Mr. Wallace, to help them ramp up and to onboard, but also the deputy constables are there, frankly, to be looking out for them and making sure that they're not going to get hurt and that they can go home to their families at the end of the day. So once again, this constable regime that we have in Arizona, it's not the way I would set it up. I don't think it was the way anyone here would set it up, but it is what it is. I would definitely like to see different types of reforms, but I just want to thank you once again for putting yourselves out there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And with eloquent thanks from the supervisor and his District 2 constituents, which I share, appreciate your time here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors.
We will hear from Maricopa County School Superintendent, I can't say that, my apologies, Superintendent Boggs, regarding their 2027 budget. And as they are walking up and getting seated, I went back to our budget guidelines and priorities, which was approved by the Board of Supervisors on December 10th, 2025, wherein the very first point outlines budget challenges. Maricopa County is preparing for several significant fiscal challenges in 2027. The expiration of the jail excise tax, and it gives further details about that. ARPA funding is ending. The Fed funding from that American Rescue Plan Act is ending, and economic uncertainty. The county must begin preparing for a potential recession. The slowdown in economic activity will impact our major revenue sources, state shared sales tax, vehicle license tax, and jail excise tax in the general and detention fund. And the main driver, property taxes, is certainly expected to remain the same. I am hearing to date and looking at, with the upcoming presentation, requests for much, 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 much more money, and trying to figure out what we can do. Please, Superintendent Boggs.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Brophy McGee, Madam Vice Chair Lesko. Congratulations to both of you also, and members of the board. Good morning. I want to begin by thanking this board and the county staff for your support this past year. Your partnership has truly made a difference, and I'm grateful, very grateful, for the relationships we've built. Before we get into details, I'd like to introduce a portion of my team that are with me today. Diana Zlatishanin. I say that slow because that's very hard to pronounce right. My Chief Deputy, and Jordan Fasano, my Chief Financial Officer. I'm extremely fortunate to work alongside a dedicated group of professionals who take their responsibility to Maricopa County seriously, who work every day to ensure our office is operating responsibly, transparently, and in service of students, schools, and taxpayers. At a high level, I want to share my mission and vision for Maricopa County School Superintendent's Office. My focus is simple: strong oversight, fiscal responsibility, and a steady leadership so our schools can focus on educating kids. Our office exists to support districts, ensure compliance with state law, safeguard public dollars, and serve as a reliable partner to schools and to this board. As we go through today's presentation, it's important to emphasize that I view our office as a broader team. We work with you, the Board of Supervisors and your staff, and our fellow independently elected offices, not in silos, but in coordination for the good of the entire county and the state of Arizona. Our goals align with yours: accountability, transparency, responsible stewardship of taxpayer resources, and ensuring we have a prepared and competent workforce to support the growth of Maricopa County. We believe the best outcomes come when we move forward together as one county with open communication and mutual respect. I would like to quickly touch on some of the many successes of my administration in 2025. We launched our first county-led professional development program, training more than 100 teachers in under 6 months. We secured a $200,000 one-time investment from the Board of Supervisors to support classroom management. We strengthened school board governance by appointing 10 board members and hosting the first statewide board training for 64 participants. We provided accounting guidance to 42 school districts, including printing checks for 42 districts. We deployed itinerant business managers to provide on-site financial support and stabilize district operations. We expanded bioscience career pathway exposure to 6th through 12th graders, improved academic outcomes in participating districts with reading up nearly 45%, math 35%, and writing 53%. With our Maricopa County Regional School District, we resolved nearly $10 million in legal financial exposure, including settlements with the School Financial Oversight Board, School Facility Oversight Board, and Sunrise Equities. We listed Grace Court for sale, eliminating ongoing physical and legal risk. We stabilized and strengthened alternative education programs district-wide, expanded trade and workforce pathways at Hope Academy through our partnership with the East Valley Institute of Technology, EVIT. We secured ASU partnership funding to provide college credit opportunities for students at Durango. Now I'd like to share quickly our next year goals. We would like to expand school board governance training and accountability support, modernize school finance oversight tools to prevent fiscal crises, sustain and grow teacher professional development countywide, recruit and train a bench of district superintendents. I'm going to give just a really quick example of that. In the East Valley, there is a school district currently getting ready to hire a superintendent, and they paid $40,000 of our taxpayer money to hire a search organization, and they narrowed it down to 3 people, and one is actually one of their employees currently. So $40,000 to narrow it down to people. It was just, to me, I just don't understand it, and I would like to grow a bench. These districts do not have to pay money like that to find a superintendent. Expand career and workforce readiness pathways for students, and increase public engagement, understanding of local education governance. Again, thank you for what you guys have done to support us. We really appreciate it, and I look forward to continuing our partnership. With that, I will turn it over to my amazing team, Diana and Jordan.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be again in front of you today. So on the slides, you'll notice that we have written out a few key statutory responsibilities that I will refer to throughout the presentation today. So on the next slide, you'll notice our organizational chart, and you'll see that Superintendent Shelley Boggs oversees both Maricopa County School Superintendent's Office and Maricopa County Regional School District. You'll notice that there's a red line right in between those two, and that's on purpose to signify that these are 2 completely different entities. So she has one staff for the County School Superintendent's Office and a different one over at the Maricopa County Regional School District. Under the Maricopa County School Superintendent's Office, we have 35 employees, not including the superintendent. We have many different divisions. So we have school boards, election administration, policy and legislative affairs, homeschool and private school services, fiscal responsibility and oversight, education and workforce pathways, professional development and leadership, and communications and community outreach. On the other hand,
at the Maricopa County Regional School District. She has Juvenile Detention Education and Hope Academy, where she has 20 employees. On the next slide, I'll just touch a bit more on the regional school district. So currently at the Detention Education Center at Durango, we have 164 kids. However, we do have beds for 200. Highest count was on December 12th of this past year, and it was 174. Average age of stay is 16. And average stay is 4 to 5 weeks. Unfortunately, we do have a high number of remand students. So there's currently 49, and those kids will be with us until their 18th birthday, after which they will be charged as an adult. We have been very successful, however, at detention. Last year, we had 21 diplomas earned. This year, we will be matching or exceeding that number. What's interesting about this is that 5 years ago, there were absolutely no diplomas earned at Durango. So we have come a long way. Also, last year, we were in front of you asking you for a one-time $50,000 investment for ASU college credits. However, Superintendent Boggs has worked hard to create partnerships across Maricopa County, and she has successfully secured a $50,000 investment from ASU for detention education. Next, I will just touch on, one moment, there we go. I will touch on the Hope Academy Career Preparedness High School Accommodation School. You have all received a letter from Superintendent Boggs notifying you that she is putting the Grace Court for sale and that she's moving the accommodation school to Tempe. Current enrollment is 32 students, and the highest number was on October 2nd, and that was 37. Now, you may think, wow, that's a low number for an accommodation school. However, for kids who are not successful in a in-person, sit in the classroom setting, we do have a partnership with Grad Solutions through our dropout recovery program, and we currently have 1,429 online students, with the highest number that was last year, and that was almost 1,600 students that we had online. Next, I will hand it over to my colleague, Jordan, to touch base on the funding sources.
All right. Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors. As stated, my name is Jordan. I'm the new Assistant Superintendent of Finance here at the county. I'm just going to do a brief overview of our fiscal 27 baseline for the 7 funds that we operate out of. 2 of those funds are supported by the county, and the other 5 are supported through special revenues. Each slide is broken down with a pie chart showing just a high level of where we're budgeting: personnel, services, and supplies. Okay, the first one is the general fund, Fund 100. This supports our mandated functions. We currently have 17 FTE in this fund operating out of it, and outside of personnel, the largest expense that we have is in services, and that's our rent for where we're housed. The other county-supported fund is 255, and that's for our detention education. We currently have 2.75 FTE allotted to that fund. All of them are transition specialists for the detention education. And then I think this last year added the line for services and supplies for some mileage reimbursement and 1 conference for one of the employees to attend. After that, we're going to head into the special revenues. The first one there is Fund 669. That's our small school service. We have 1 FTE assigned there. It's an IT person, and they are to provide IT services to small schools, which is less than 600 students. Revenue is funded from the Department of Education through a formula and statute. It lags a little, so our expenses are higher than our revenue each year, so we offset with fund balance. The next one is Fund 715. This is our school grants. And I will point out right away, we discovered an error after this was already submitted to the clerk. The actual FY27 estimated is just over $1 million. It's not 1.8. I had a miscalculation in my workbook. But this revenue is based on our ability to secure grants. And we currently have, as you can see, the Flynn Foundation for the next fiscal year, forest fees, and then Title I's and 3 are also in there. Okay, next up is 780. This is school transportation. This is for folks that are living in unorganized territories to transport their students to and from a public school. They get a certificate of educational convenience, and again, it comes through the Department of Education. They file their claim with us. We reimburse them the mileage. Fund 782 is next. This is our revenue is from our school finance consortium. We are the fiscal agents, and we host the financial software for 42 of the 58 school districts in Maricopa County. There's 4 personnel assigned here. 2 of them are support coordinators on the phones with school districts all day, and 2 of them are itinerant business managers out at the school districts all day to help provide financial services for them. So revenue comes in from the districts, and then we pay the software for the school ERP Pro. Our last fund is 790. This is revenue from indirect costs for managing grants for districts. The current percentage is like 1.01% of what we receive for helping manage all the grants for the various school districts throughout the county. And then just an overview of our budget again with 715 that would be a little smaller of a slice of the pie there. But I just wanted to point out that the county does fund 100 and 255. The rest are special revenues that we manage.
May I ask a quick question, sir?
Yes.
In Fund 790, you indicate teacher and leadership development. Is this a statutory requirement or a county responsibility, and do the districts pay us?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to defer to Diana to answer that.
Madam Chair, it's not a mandated. However, under the 15302, we may provide school districts with necessary programs. And this is something that Superintendent Boggs is very passionate about and has made it a key of her administration.
Thank you.
Real quickly, going right
Supervisor Gallardo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How many, how many school districts have taken advantage of this particular program? You know, just off the top of your head.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Gallardo, currently so far we have worked with 19 different schools to provide professional development one-on-one with teachers.
Are they smaller schools? Who are, I mean, because all school districts work on professional development. It's just a constant thing they always do. And rightfully so. Things are changing, how you educate kids, state laws, all that stuff. So I get that. Are these smaller schools, kind of rural school districts? Who are they? Just curious.
Absolutely, Madam Chair, Supervisor Gallardo, all of the schools have been in the Maricopa County, all in kind of 20-mile radius from our office.
Okay.
So very city center.
Can you send me a list? I'd like to just see a list.
Oh, absolutely. And actually, this leads into my next slide, where I will touch on, because we promise we will always come back with data.
It's not a good thing. I mean, it's not a bad thing. So I'm not criticizing it. I get it.
I fully understand.
I think it's a service that is excellent to be able to provide and offer, particularly in the smaller schools that they just don't have the capacity to do. You know, in my mind, I think of kind of the larger school districts, and they tend to have the ability to have these types of exercises. And, you know, they have the, professional development day where the kids don't go to school because they're focusing specifically on learning the next best thing, that teachers do, and I get it. But I'd be curious on what those school districts, if they are the smaller school districts, yeah, that just gets my mind going. Thank you.
And to that point, how many teachers or how many teachers have you provided this to out of those 19 school districts?
So far, 130.
Okay, thank you.
In the last 6 months.
And do they pay you, or do you provide it as part of your programs?
Madam Chair, they do not currently pay. We are using the one-time funding that you have provided our office to fund staff and all of the other expenses to provide these services.
And then to that point, how do you measure outcomes of the service and the training that you're providing?
Madam Chair, after each training, we have a survey with teachers to make sure that we measure, is this even worth it, right? So in the folders that you have all received, you will find a Leading with Purpose 2025 highlights document that talks about all of the highlights from our office. And you will especially find 4 pages on professional development, outcomes, and everything that we are currently doing. But I'll also touch on that in the next 2 slides.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, to that point, is it a virtual training seminar? Is it in person? And how's that?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Gallardo, everything is in person, nothing is online.
So you're actually going to the individual campuses themselves?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Madam Chair. I wanted to talk about the professional development that we are providing, and I do know that the school districts like to keep the teachers up to date on the up and coming new, but we're losing teachers. Teachers are leaving, and through these surveys, some of the questions are, why are you leaving? They're not feeling supported. They're, different things like that. So what I have my team doing is going out and helping them with the very basics, the classroom management, preparing a lesson plan. Those things aren't being enforced and taught anymore. So if a teacher comes in and they don't know how to manage a classroom, they leave. It's very difficult. I don't care what you're teaching if you can't manage a classroom. So that's where my professional development is more focused on, kind of back to the basics to try to help these teachers.
And to that point, is there any other agency or institution that provides such training? Because that classroom management, especially if you're a new teacher, is like the hurdle to jump over.
Madam Chair, what I have been told is no.
Yeah, I'm not familiar, but Superintendent, I totally agree. I think having the basic tools to be able to run a classroom, many times that's, particularly in the smaller school districts, just don't have that resource, whatever. The teachers are not really given what they need in order to get the day going. But I'll get on my soapbox a little, like I always like to do. But at the end of the day, teachers are faced with tremendous challenges, pressures, testing like you wouldn't believe. They're under enormous pressure. And then if you look at what they're being compensated, again, I'll get on my soapbox. I think the legislature needs to step up and truly fund and give these school districts the resources they need to give the teachers not only the basics, the decent salary that they need. It's a tough gig. I've been on a school board. I've seen it. I coach baseball at a school district. I talk to these teachers all the time. So I think it's great. I think the services you guys are providing it's great. But there's so much more support and resources these teachers need. So anyways, I'll get off my soapbox, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. So on this next slide, last year we were right here in front of you asking for $200,000 one time to launch a professional development. So once we received that funding, we hired a assistant superintendent of professional development. We couldn't afford him full time. Thankfully, he accepted to come to our office to work part-time, and he has been absolutely tremendous. So you'll see that roughly about $100,000 has been used for his salary. That includes benefits, pension, et cetera. And then we have separated the school board member trainings, teacher development training, and then school industry leadership trainings in their own buckets, and about $10,000 for outreach communications and training materials. Something that I just want to remind all is that we have held the first school board training of our administration in October. It was a 2-day training, and of 277 school board members in Maricopa County, 64 came in person, and they stayed for the 2 full days. And so we leveraged our partnership with Leadership Institute, thanks to Superintendent Shelley Boggs, who came to Phoenix and held this training at no cost to us, very minimal cost, actually, I should say. But had we had to pay for that training, we would have spent about $65,000 for a 2-day, highly intensive training. Leadership Institute covered for their hotels and mileage and parking and food. So we are eternally grateful for that partnership because we are able to manage these funds better and then also like spread them wider. So thank you for that one-time investment. And that leads me also I wanted to touch on the outcome that you were mentioning earlier. So what's interesting about the approach that our office is taking, so it's not an online one because at that point teachers can just YouTube how to manage students, but it's not as effective as in person. So what we do is it's individualized one-on-one coaching session with our PD coaches. So first session, they go into the school and they observe the instruction for the whole day. And then second session is the coaching conversation about the strengths along with resources and tools to implement immediately. Some scary data that you will also find on page 18 of the 2025 highlights document is that nearly 78% of teacher openings across Arizona were either unfilled or staffed by individuals who do not meet standard certification. 54% of current educators are somewhat to very likely to leave within the next 1 to 2 years. 2/3 of current educators would not recommend becoming an educator. All of this data came from Arizona School Personnel Administrators Association from 2024. However, Arizona Department of Education just came out a month ago with their own data, with their own survey data, where they stated that 1,400 teachers positions were completely vacated, and then 1,000 teachers has completely left the profession since July of 2025. These are scary statistics, and under Superintendent Boggs' leadership, we do believe that we can affect that by supporting teachers on the most basic level. So that leads me into the above baseline requests from our office. We are requesting this professional development ask under the ARS 15302B that says that our office may provide discretionary programs. As I mentioned earlier, the $200,000 one time that you have provided our office has been tremendous. However, our value lies in the people that we have and hire to train other people in school districts so that we can spread this model further. This would be a 5-person team, and we would like to hire our Assistant Superintendent of Professional Development full-time, along with 3 professional development coaches and an admin for that team so that our Assistant Superintendent and 3 professional coaches can focus on the teachers, and then the admin can focus on the logistics of them getting to schools and sessions, et cetera.
So super quick, thank you, Superintendent Boggs. What do you mean by discretionary programs? Are they mandated in statute or not?
They're not mandated.
Thank
you. Next one is about keeping the school leadership accountable. Unfortunately, we saw what happened last year with a school district, and we took initiative, under Superintendent Boggs' leadership, to adjust the statute right away to make sure that we try everything that we can to avoid those situations. So this above baseline request is asked under the ARS 15302 C2 that says that our office may review the operations and finances, including expenditures of any school district that is located in the county. Now, I understand the concern between shall and a may. However, the legislature intentionally used the word may rather than shall to grant the county school superintendents the discretion to investigate when credible financial concerns arise, ensuring responsible oversight without imposing unnecessary or automatic investigations on school districts who are fiscally sound. So by using, I apologize.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off. Please finish.
So, Madam Chair, by using may rather than shall, the legislature clearly intended to empower rather than burden our office with targeted authority to act when fiscal prudence is at risk.
Thank you. Would you then be working with the State Auditor General, or is that contemplated in the statute?
Madam Chair, it's not stated in the statute from my memory right now. I could definitely be wrong. I will definitely double check. However, a lot of thought and planning has gone into all of these requests. These are not made lightly or just to put something on a paper in front of all of you. So Superintendent Boggs's plan is to have this individual work closely with the Auditor General, because they oversee schools in a different manner, and then also work closely with Jordan, our Chief Financial Officer, and school district leadership, so that we're all on the same page, because in the end of the day, we all have the goal of schools managing taxpayer dollars properly, and that they always go back into the classroom.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, and thank you for this presentation, and clearly the passion that you guys have delivered in just this year is noticeable. I mean, this type of information is just gold for where we sit to be able to understand your finances. Going back to the Isaac School District situation, would this have hopefully prevented that, looking out in case this happens in the future, would this particular position prevent that from happening, or at least give us the warning flags of something like this?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Stewart, we would hope so. It's very difficult to go back and envision what could have happened. However, there were a lot of warning signs that our office was, and red flags that our office was raising. However, because it was in nobody's actual responsibility, it got passed around, unfortunately, and we got into the situation that we were in. Something that Superintendent Boggs is very famous for is that she does not kick the can down the road. She just wants to dissect it right there and then and figure out what's going on. And that's our goal with this position, that we would have a sole person constantly working with the Auditor General to see whether there are any risks. And it does not, I want to state one thing, it does not have to be that it's a fraudulent activity in school districts. It could truly be from a lack of training, or from being understaffed, or just not knowing. So with this individual, we hope to, and Jordan's work is to work with school district leadership, Auditor General, ADE, and especially when it's like property tax season or annual financial report season, that it's all hands on deck to ensure that these school districts are taken care of.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Please.
Just very quickly. Before this was passed through legislature, we did meet and spoke with the legislature about the partnership with the Auditor General. So they are aware of what we want to do, how we want to help. So I just wanted to make sure that you know that we're not just saying, yeah, they're going to help. She actually said she would be willing to work with us.
Well, and respectfully, you have wonderful contacts down there, great support, and the Auditor General, in essence, works for the now Republican legislature. Having worked with a number of superintendents in my time, what's to prevent them from telling you to go pound sand? I mean, I'm just, I can restate it more delicately.
No, Madam Chair, I do understand what you're saying, and they can. But then what comes down the road, if things go badly for them, we'll at least be able to say we were there. We wanted to help you. We offered, and they didn't want to receive the help. Correct.
Madam Chair, real quickly, I mean,
Mr. Gallardo.
Thank you. So help me understand, because first of all, Isaac was a unique situation. There were, I don't want to get back into history, before this administration, there was a previous administration, and things got lost. But anyways, Isaac was a unique situation. It was an unfortunate, and the kids and the teachers, unfortunately, were the unintended consequences of a failure on not only the school district side, but others. But nonetheless, what you're explaining here, how is that not what the State Board of Education does? I mean, what you're explaining, That's the State Board of Education's responsibility. Work with the Auditor General, oversee the finances, oversee the spending. They have a state board that does that. That's where Superintendent Horn comes in. Yes, all school superintendents work coordinated with the State Department as well. So help me understand how, because we don't want to duplicate. We don't want to duplicate. I like the opportunity. I think it's good to at least go to a school district and say, hey, we're here to help. We want to be in partnership with you. Work with us. Let's work together and let's ensure. Now, do I think some school district can say, yeah, no, they're going to maybe turn down your invitation. That's on them. But at least you're offering that partnership. I like that. But how is, I guess it goes back to my original question, how is this not a state function?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Gallardo, you mentioned something very important. You said that it was an unfortunate situation. However, it's also an avoidable situation, right?
Oh, the Isaac.
Correct,
Oh, yeah.
correct. So, yes, State Board of Education has taken care of now of Isaac because he went into a receivership. And I do not work for the Arizona Department of Education, nor do I know what happens behind those closed doors and the strategies. However, what I see under Superintendent Boggs' leadership and in my own position is that 58 school districts in Maricopa County are struggling and need support. Now, let me just clarify, not all 58 are struggling. However, we see so many that call us and ask for support. How do you turn them away when, instead of at least trying to find ways to provide services? So Arizona Department of Education does provide some training, and they have wonderful staff. However, I do not see the duplication because they are focused on the whole entire state. We are only county focused, and we are able to go in. We want to have the staff to send into the school district to help. We have a recent example of, I believe it's in your district, Natterburg Unified, and they had some financial issues, but not because of any fraudulent activities, but rather that they did not have a CFO in place. They did not have trained professionals in place. So Superintendent Boggs has deployed her staff to that district to help go line by line to figure out all of the accountant errors, figure out all of the integrity errors, and we work closely with AD Treasurer's Office, both state and county, Auditor General, and everybody came to our office in person to discuss these issues for Natterburg Superintendent and their current staff to present, and we came up with wonderful solutions at the end because everybody was there and made that school district a priority. And that's our hope that this assistant superintendent would do for every school district that ends up on that watch list for the Auditor General.
With that same watch list? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Madam Chair. That same watch list is Superintendent Horn's watch list. That's his job. That's why he was elected. So in coordination with your office, the Treasurer's Office, they put, if a school district like Natterburg, I'm very familiar with Natterburg, and there was a much different situation with
Yes.
Natterburg. Isaac was just, it was just incompetency. I'm sorry, it was. You just had folks that were way in over their head and mismanagement and all that stuff. I'll be blunt. It's in my district. I don't care if they get mad at me. It's the truth. Now, on Natterburg, much different situation. I think with just, going back to your point, a little help that they can get back up to par, and they are. They're on the pathway. They have a plan. But again, it's trying to understand how we're not stepping on the toes of the state superintendent's office. I understand providing the services. I get that. There's nothing wrong with saying, hey, let us help you. We'll work. Natterburg, perfect example, can say, hey, let's work with you. It's a small school district, limited funds. Let's work with you. But how are we not duplicating what is currently in statute? And Superintendent Horn, State Board of Education, they work directly with the Auditor General to ensure that when you do have situations like this, that they're being worked on. they bring in the treasurer, John Allen's office, superintendent's office as well, everyone kind of coordinating together. They send notification to State Board of Education, they convene, they do an investigation, and there's a pathway, there's a process.
And in the interest of time.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
No, I'm going to treat that as a rhetorical question. And thank you for your responsive answer. Let's go ahead and finish is this Assistant Superintendent of School District Oversight also a discretionary position, correct?
Madam Chair, so the legislature intentionally used the word may rather than shall.
Okay.
So that it's not a burden, because there are a lot of school districts who are truly financially sound. Not every school district has.
So it's contemplated in statute as a may if the county chooses to appropriate the money.
Correct. Once, for example, if we have community members or a whistleblower from inside of a school district tell us, hey, you need to look into this, that's a viable request for us to look into it.
Understood, and thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, if you just don't mind, Supervisor Gallardo, I will be more than happy to follow up on that in an email to you after the presentation. Yeah, of course, of course.
Excellent. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, moving on. So the next above baseline request is regarding our school board elections. This is a mandated position in our office under the ARS 16311. Our office acts as a filing officer for school board candidates. Currently, we only have one staffer who is handling all of the elections issues. What's interesting is that in the next cycle, in November 2026, over 130 governing board seats will be up for election. So we anticipate over 200 filings before the July deadline. Also what's interesting is that during the 2024 election, our office processed record 228 candidates containing over 11,000 petition pages and almost 100,000 signatures. So this is a huge undertaking, and to ensure that everything is done in a timely manner, we do have to hire an elections officer to help support these this amended requirement in our office.
My apologies. This position previously existed, right?
Correct.
And when was it cut?
We had this individual resign because he got his dream job as a park ranger in Colorado.
Okay.
And then under the Superintendent Boggs' leadership, she was big on, well, let's see who is doing what and see if somebody can take on responsibilities. But we're at the point where every single staff in our office is doing multiple jobs, and we have to change some things. Yes, thank you. Okay, next above baseline request is we're asking for this under the ARS 15302B, which is not a mandated requirement. However, we may provide discretionary programs to school. So this was inspired by the results of a grant in just 1 year in our office. So the next slide, if you just turn the page and look at, you'll see that the average percentage improvement in math was almost 34%, reading 45%, and writing almost 53%. So there was a federal grant within our office, and we had 4 elementary school districts that we were working with: Liberty Elementary, Natterburg Unified, Phoenix Elementary, and Tolleson Elementary, about 15 schools total. And unfortunately, a lot of these kids who are between 3rd and 6th grade, they're far behind in their math, reading, and writing. So we cannot expect these kids to learn much more important and hard lessons if they don't know the basics. So this initiative is inspired by the competent teachers and individuals that we have in our office that we would like to keep and reinvent this whole program. So that would be a 5-person team where we would have an assistant superintendent of instruction and leadership initiatives, Director of Human Capital Management Systems, and then 3 field specialist coaches. So we would work, again, in a train-the-trainer model in the school districts across Maricopa County so that this can be spread wider. Next, above baseline request is also under the ARS 15302B. That's not mandated. However, it does allow us to, it does tell us that we may provide discretionary programs. Currently, we are working on the workforce development that talks about exploring pathways to careers from 6th grade to 12th grade in Maricopa County. That's a 3-person team, and this goal perfectly aligns with Board of Supervisors' strategic goals on workforce development in our county. Currently, because of this is partially funded by the Flynn Foundation, we are currently focused on healthcare and bioscience. However, if this is something that you are able to award for our office, then Superintendent Boggs wants to expand these pathways to careers into semiconductor, AI, mining, and trades. Next one is a mandated requirement of our office, and that's a ARS 15802, acts as a filing officer for private schools and homeschool affidavits. Currently, we have only 1 staffer that's handling all homeschool and private school support. Currently, we have almost 16,000 kids who are homeschooled and about 21,000 of private school students. And we have only 1 staffer. However, the law is very clear that a student who receives ESAs and a student who is fully homeschooled are 2 different entities under the law. So we are in a need of a special projects manager who will act also as a support for both homeschool and private school, but at the same time as a data analyst as we receive that data from Arizona Department of Education and clean it up. And next request is also under the ARS 15302 that allows us to provide discretionary programs. We currently have 3 itinerant school business managers. So when, for example, if a school district loses their payroll person, or they go on a maternity leave, or they're sick, or they quit suddenly, or if there's a CFO missing, or whatever the situation may be in a school finance office, these 3 individuals, we deploy them into different school districts, and they help train, support until that school district is able to do it on their own. However, the idea is, in order to help more school districts, because we have been in a situation where we just don't have enough staff to support everybody, that if we got 1 more, we could separate it by south, north, east, and west of Maricopa County, and that 1 person will be responsible for a set of school districts and help provide support on a consistent basis. Next, so all of those were for Fund 100. Now this one is under the Fund 255 for detention needs. This one is a shell, and it's mandated. It's under the ARS 15913 that says that we shall offer an education program to serve all school-age children in its juvenile detention center. We have Chief Eric Moe from Juvenile Probation Department in the audience today in support of our requests. Currently, we have 5 certified teachers and 3 RAs. These 3 RAs, that stands for resource officers, it's the detention and the willingness of Chief Eric Moe that's to cover those and help us with the education services at detention. However, he has expressed concerns about the sustainable funding for those 3 resource officers and has asked us to look elsewhere, but is working closely with us to ensure that we do not just fall off a cliff. So at detention, we currently have 5 certified teachers, but we need an English teacher, a science teacher, 2 math teachers, and 4 reach associates. So this would help us have proper staff for those 174 kids that I was mentioning earlier who are currently at our detention, of which 49 will be with us till they are 18. And current youngest individual in our juvenile detention is 13 years old. So with that, this is a full summary separated by Fund 100 and Fund 255. Now, when you look at the total number, it is a big amount. And even if that amount's at $1, it's a taxpayer dollar, so we should treat it with a lot of respect and prudency. But our office is an office that's truly boots on the ground. We're constantly in schools. We're talking to these teachers and principals and superintendents and school board members. And when school board members know their job and they are keeping their superintendent accountable, and then the superintendent provides that type of support to principals, and then principals take care of their teachers, we would not be in these awful situations that we're currently in where they're leaving in record numbers. So in the final overview, because I wanted to make sure that to show this, because while we are asking for a large amount that would help us hire staff to support all of these services, if approved, the above baseline requests, that would result in a total superintendent's budget of $6.9 million, which would represent 0.28% of the operating budgets for funds 100 and 255. So while this would be a small piece of the big pie, and we have to be cognizant of the fact that that Maricopa County and you have a huge responsibility to fund many other things in this county, this would be a very big investment in our office and into the office that's truly boots on the ground to help these teachers, school board members, and at the end, it all benefits the kids.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. One quick question. Is Grace Court, it's listed for sale. Has it been sold?
Madam Chair, no, it has not been sold. However, we have had 4 interested parties who have come multiple times, walked it, looked at it with their architects.
Right. So then, super quick, when it is sold, it will eliminate ongoing financial and legal risk, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Questions for board members? I'm going to start with Vice Chair Lesko.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation and your work. I do have, some of the questions I had have already been answered as far as what's mandated for your office to do versus what's great to do but not mandated, which is important. The one question I have, another question I have is on the slide called Regional School District. And quite frankly, with other things, and I think Mr. Gallardo also asked the questions, on any of these things, do the school districts pay you? Do you get paid from the school districts to do this teaching, professional development, finance help, any of that stuff?
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair Lesko, when it comes to professional development, we are currently not charging for that. First, we wanted to launch the program under Superintendent Boggs. That's why we asked for $200,000, and we see the incredible results and the incredible need. We are constantly evaluating our office positions, and that's why you'll see some positions were eliminated, but then when we realized, all right, we need to bring that back, because we are on a consistent evaluation basis on all of the positions to ensure that every dollar is used wisely. So as of right now, no school district is paying us for the professional development, but that is also why we partner up with outside organizations to help us pay for these things to offset the costs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And how about the other things? You want to give financial advice, those type of things. Do you get paid at all from any of the school districts? That's what I want to know.
So they do pay us for our financial, so it's a fee for service. So they do pay for there's 42 school districts that we offer accounting guidance for, and then 32 school districts that we physically print checks for in our office.
And so do those fees for the financial guidance, accounting guidance, does that cover the cost of it? that you get reimbursed from the school
Correct.
district.
So some of our, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, some of the positions are funded that way.
Okay. If you could let our county budget staff know how much, maybe they already know, how much you get money in versus how much it costs. I have some more questions. Let me go through here. I wrote them on the different slides as we went through. In the above baseline requests, let me make sure I got this right, and my assumptions are right. On the first professional development one, the first one is an assistant superintendent of professional development, and I think you said you already have a part-time person that's doing that, and you want to make them a full-time person, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then all these other ones, not just in professional development, but all these other extra or additional employees that you want, those are all new positions, correct?
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, some would be new and some would be reassigned from our office.
Okay, and so I guess I'm going to need a breakdown, and not now necessarily, but which ones are new and which ones are reassigned. And I think there was one in here that you had a position before, the school board election thing, you had a position before, but they resigned and now they're a park ranger or something, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Hold on. Now I am on the Fund 255 fiscal year 27 above baseline request attention needs, which I don't know what the slide number is, but that slide. Currently, I think you said you have 5 teachers and 3 resource officers, but correct me if I'm wrong, you said the person in charge of the resource officers said they're concerned about the current funding of the resource officers. Is that right?
Resource assistants, I apologize, I misspoke earlier. But yes, we work closely with the Chief Eric Moe, who is helping us cover the cost for the 3 resource assistants.
What are research assistants?
So they help students and teachers to fill the gaps in between lessons and to ensure that these students are always overseen, as we currently only have 5 teachers for 174 kids. It's just not possible we don't have large classes.
Okay.
So they help support.
Okay, and so are any of these new positions that you're asking for, you have 1 English teacher, 1 science teacher, 2 math teachers, 4 REACH associates, is that research or REACH?
REACH associates, yes.
Okay, REACH associates, okay. So instead of resource officers, I got it wrong, it should be REACH associates?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Lesko, it was my mistake, I misspoke. It is REACH associates.
Okay.
Madam Chair. Vice Chair Lesko. The REACH associates, you might understand better if we said paraprofessionals.
Aides.
Or aides.
Got it. Okay. All right. I want to just talk to you in general about your request, and I appreciate all the work that you have. If I did the math right, of the elected positions, your ask for above baseline budget is 81.45% above your current budget. The next highest ask was 11%, just to give you some idea of where you're at. And so I know at the state legislature, the briefings have been the budget is going to be tight. They may have to cut. And we're concerned, I think, at the county level that it's going to be very tight. And on some type of legal things that can't really talk about here, it may be tighter than we want it to be. We also have an expenditure limit. So I guess I applaud you for having a wish list of everything you want and dream about. But I don't know that it's realistic. And so, in the current circumstance. So we may have to, think about what's mandated, as we do with the other departments. Because as you heard, and the one that was 11% over the baseline budget was the justice courts. And they've added a justice court, and they have all these cases and that type of thing, which is mandated. And so I'm just trying to damper your expectations a little bit. And also dollar-wise, not just percentage-wise. You're asking for what, $33,100,939 over your baseline budget. And the one that's probably closest to that is the justice courts of the 3.2 million they're asking for. And so it's a lot of money, because right now your beginning baseline is 3.8 million, and you want to ask for another 3.1 million. And so, again, I don't think I'm only one vote, but probably want to lower your expectations. Thank you.
Madam Chair, is it possible to comment? Thank you so much. Madam Chair, Supervisor Lesko, I completely understand where you're coming from, and we watch the legislature, and we are very realistic where when it comes to the state of the economy and the state of Arizona and Maricopa County currently, and the challenges that you face. We're not diminishing that whatsoever. And earlier when I mentioned that this is a large number, but even if it's at $1, it is something that should be treated with a lot of prudency and respect, because it's taxpayer dollars. Our office has not received much funding in the last 10 years. And one of the biggest things that we have done when we first got into the office is had every employee fill out a sheet of what they do, how they contribute, do they know the statute that goes with their responsibilities, and why they're important for that office, and how could they reinvent their position, because they were mostly working from home, now they're in office, and we wanted everybody to collaborate. We eliminated many positions. We have gotten rid of programs that do not fit the mission, the vision of Superintendent Boggs's administration. And also, we have put in a lot of thought into these numbers. Now, just because we put in a lot of thought, that doesn't mean that you approve it automatically, even though I would wish for that. We wanted to present you the case of what's an ideal situation for our office. You have a responsibility to look at everybody else and decide. However, last year we came with a very minor amount because we were still learning, and we didn't want to just ask for more money when we did not know what we were dealing with in that office, because the presentation was 3 weeks in. However, now, a year after, we are able to much more confidently and competently say that these situations and this type of funding would help us be in a way better spot to help school districts and support them. Thank you.
I don't have any more questions, but I applaud you for the work that you're doing. I just wanted to be realistic with you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
Supervisor Stewart.
Madam Chair, thank you, and thank you for mentioning that, Supervisor Lesko. I think, clearly, looking back over 10 years, if you've had minimal funding increases with your office, that's probably, you've recognized that over this past year. You brought everything forward and said, okay, for this department to run correctly, we need these particular, that's what I think I'm hearing here. And to Supervisor Lesko's point, it's an excellent point, and I feel the same way. This is probably more of a phased approach into getting this office where it needs to be. And so what I would ask you to do is work with our budget office to find out where those priorities are in order to make this run correctly, and maybe put in a, 2, 3, 4-year plan to get this to where we need to be. And we'll thank your office, even before your tenure, for all the savings that we've had and maybe missing in this area. So, but I want to appreciate your thoroughness. This is the kind of budget presentation that I expect, and I appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Galvin on behalf of District 2.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent Boggs, first of all, it was noted earlier, passion. You definitely have passion for this office and for your job. Frankly, regarding the previous occupant of your office, it's a fresh air. It's a breath of fresh air. It's like night and day, so thank you for that, and I want to applaud your team as well. I do have 3 questions for you regarding what we've heard this morning. Regarding Grace Court, how much are you asking for that property, and how long has it been on the market?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Galvin, Grace Court has been on the market for the past 3 weeks, and we are hoping to get $8 million.
Okay, so it just came on the market.
Correct, 3 weeks ago.
And then in regards to Hope Academy and Hope Academy Online, who is the operator for Hope Academy Online?
Grad Solutions.
Grad Solutions, okay. And then this other question, if you already had it in your presentation, I apologize, and if you don't have it right now, it's okay, you can do it as follow-up. For Hope Academy itself, how much are the operating costs to run that school on a yearly basis?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Galvin, I apologize. I will definitely have to follow up on that.
Okay.
But that property is where Hope Academy is currently in Tempe, and that location is owned by the district. We currently do have a charter school as a tenant in part of the building. We were looking for ways to rent out anything that we are not using so that we are getting some additional funding. But I apologize. I will have to follow up.
No apology necessary, but if you can let me know how much the
Absolutely.
operating costs are and anticipated to be for Hope Academy, and that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Galvin. Super quick, back to Hope Academy. It's an accommodation school. Do districts still provide alternative program placements for difficult students? Superintendent
Madam Chair.
Boggs.
Some of the districts do provide that. However, a lot of it is online. And the difference between what they do and what we do is we provide a place for the students to come where there's actual teachers in the classroom and the support that those students would need.
Yeah, understand there's a big difference, and the districts do pay you for this service, correct?
Okay. Madam Chair, when a student is removed from a school district,
right,
and they come to us as their, per se, like final high school destination, if they're not successful in person, and we realize through their IEP that they are not a person for the in-person instruction, we do connect them to an online program through our DRP, through Grad Solutions, that does work for them and on their own pace.
So
Madam Chair,
that was a yes.
And we get ADM through Department of Education. Yes.
That's what I wanted
so, yeah,
to
So
confirm.
when the districts release the student from their district and they register with our district, the ADM transfers over to us.
And the ADM for students is mandated up through age 16? Or for these types of students, does it go beyond that by the state funding?
I believe it's only through up to their senior year.
I think she's right.
Yes.
The senior year?
Not beyond.
Okay. Thank you. Very much appreciate your time and presentation today. And echo my colleagues' comments that you bring a lot to bear as leading first and foremost with the love of kids who are sometimes not very lovable. So thank you for doing that.
Madam Chair, can I make one comment? And I thank you so much for the work you guys do. Education, in my mind, is a silver bullet. It really is. It is so critical. And you look in all these school districts, they face tremendous challenges, not only economic, funding-wise, a lot of mandates by the state. And so what you guys are doing, I think it's just awesome. It really is. I mean, any support we can offer, particularly kind of the smaller school districts who don't have the capacity, the funding to do what some of our big schools, Mesa and Phoenix Union and all these other larger school districts can do. to be able to come in and try to provide, and be able to provide those services for those smaller schools that just don't have it, the Natterbergs of the world, I think it's just remarkable. So thank you for what you guys do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. And board members, I propose that we hear the next budget, which is Sheriff Sheridan. Then following that presentation, take a brief break and then come back and finish up the clerk and the county assessor. Are you good with that, members?
Madam Chair, how long do you anticipate that break would be?
25 minutes?
Can we make it a little shorter? Oh, that way, we're breaking for lunch. What time is it? It's a lunch. Oh,
12:26.
Okay, 25 minutes. That makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand you're going to be remote this afternoon, but I really do not want to keep the sheriff waiting any longer, so. So I'd like to ask Sheriff Sheridan, under Sheriff Gentry, Mr. Prindeville, Chief Financial Officer, and Chad Willems to come forward to present the 2027 budget for the Maricopa County Sheriff. And thank you. We got another chair coming if.
Yeah. I am. I have 2 cups of coffee. What's going on?
Welcome, and in some cases, an introduction is not needed, but if you could, for the people online, state your name for the record, starting with Mr. Willems.
Chad Willems, Chief of Staff.
Jerry Sheridan, Sheriff.
Jim Prindeville, CFO.
And Jeff Gentry, Under Sheriff.
Gentlemen, please proceed.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the board. We've got a little request, and I will preface it to say I know the.
Oops.
Okay.
Almost didn't need it.
Well, the constraints that you're under, and we understand that. But I would also like to make the comment that public safety is not cheap. And especially in these days when there's a lot of issues that law enforcement has to deal with. But we've taken in mind, we've tried to be as conservative as possible. And I know Jim and his staff have put a lot of time and effort into this budget. We have some things in here that we'd like to ask for in the future. We know that's not going to happen this year. But we'd just also like to make sure that you understand where we're trying to go with the resources that we'll need in the future. So thank you. I'll turn it over to Jim.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the board. We'll get into exactly our above base. We really did try to keep it to a bare minimum this year, knowing the constraints we're working under. But as you look at the, there we go. So you look at our budget baseline, we have about a $500 million budget. So it's very fluid from month to month. And our biggest problem as finance people is just kind of herding cats, is making sure we manage the ups and the downs and try to balance everything out by the end of the year. If we go to slide 3, we'd really like to start off with a thank you. That is a picture of our new extraditions airplane. It's a Kodiak 900. We took delivery on December 18th. A lot of work went into arranging that delivery and payment through the county finance office. I think we must have had 3 different departments working on it. The risk management team was working, helping us get everything in place insurance-wise. Right now, the plane is in our hangar. Our trainer is being trained so that we can get flight time on the plane before we start using it in extraditions, which we hope to do sometime by the end of next month.
Super quick, if I may. You do have a place to put it. I had heard that you needed a hangar to put it in because it's so much bigger.
Yeah, we've been on the wait list at Deer Valley Airport for a larger hangar forever. But Cutter Aviation had an opening in one of their hangars, and they're renting that out to us right now.
And follow-up question, were you able to sell the older airplane?
We're just now starting to get offers on it. I mean, we're putting it out for offers. Since we're still using it, until this one goes fully functional, we're sort of holding off. Okay. These are the critical needs, and this represents our above-base request for next year's fiscal 27 budget. The number one item that we always start off with is our technology licenses and maintenance agreements. We have approximately 240 tech licenses now, and every year these maintenance agreements have escalator clauses. We're looking at a little over $20 million in agreements. So 1.7 million of that 2.1 is just in cost increases on those licenses. So right around this time every year, we get input from all of our key vendors on what we can expect to see when we renew next year. And our biggest ones are Verizon Broadband. We have a Shield contractor agreement where they manage the jail system for us, and a lot of cloud storage and backup nodes that we add every year as our data continues to get bigger and bigger. In addition to that, we're implementing a new CAD RMS system, records management system. As we get through that project, we're identifying other needs, and what we did not have this year, or we were able to squeeze it into the budget this year, but we're going to need it again for next year. We need contract application developers who can manage the interfaces between the new CAD system and the other 50-plus systems that we run in the sheriff's office.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Galvin.
Question for you, Mr. Prindiville, on this slide of critical needs. Are any of these dollar amounts attributable to compliance for the ongoing federal oversight case? Or no?
Some of the technology is, for sure. We have to keep certain systems up and running. A lot of our data that we store, we have to hang on to in response to that.
Okay, and I'm going to have a couple more questions related to that specific item as you go along. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The next item is $900,000 for three specific needs. One is investigative tools. In this function, or in this section, are three things. Our crime lab and our crime scene analysis continues to get more and more complicated every year. And when we go to court on a lot of these cases, we need to be specific and detailed on where evidence was found, where blood spatter was. We have in here, there's about half of the $255,000 for those tools is for a 3D scanner. It's called a Faro scanner, and it analyzes a crime scene and develops a 3D model. We have an old version of this that we use when it's running. This one is to give us an extra one so that we can manage all the crime scenes. Oftentimes, we're using it, and I need it 2 or 3 other places at the same time. So the beautiful thing about this is that we can do it right on the scene. Everything is analyzed right away, and our investigators and our detectives can get right to work on it. The other items on here include vehicle equipment for the fleet. We continue to hang on to old red line vehicles, and when we do that, I can't switch the equipment over into the replacement car, so I have to buy new. We're getting near the end. I'm only estimating about 20 more replacements that I'll have to do that on next year, but the equipment's $20 grand a car. The other problem we're seeing is that a lot of these replacement vehicles, the new models, the old docks and the old radios don't fit. The setup is totally different. So we're struggling with that right now. But if you talk to Mark Sniff and the equipment services team, they are starting to catch up. So we're not asking for any more vehicles in the budget this year. Once he gets all of the backlog through to us, we believe we'll be in a pretty good shape. But the equipment still is, every time we get a new vehicle, we have to make sure we have the right equipment for it. And then the last item is training center. You'll see later on, we have a request for a training center project to renovate that whole facility, including the shooting range. Those projects, when CJ and his team work on it, they don't cover specific equipment. So the training center, the gym equipment right now is pretty old and worn out. And since we have so many people going through our training facility, we'd like to avoid a potential injury. That's where we really wanted to stop. Knowing the year coming up, we were thinking if we keep the request to under 1% of our budget, that would be great. But as it happens, we developed a good problem this year, and that is the recruiting efforts are starting to actually help us. The pay raises that you gave us are helping our retain a lot of employees. And we're seeing it especially on the detention side. It's a little bit slower on the sworn side, but we are definitely seeing an impact. If well, let's go to the next page and we'll talk some of the details here. On the general fund side, you can see my vacancy rate in the red. My actual vacancy rate had gone from 16% 2 years ago to now I'm almost at 10% vacancies. Whereas the budget, the bottom line, has continued to been raised up every year, and that's helped to pay for a lot of the stuff that we've asked for. And that made sense because every year I had a 2 or 3% cushion. That cushion represents to me extra funding to cover overtime and these fluid requests that pop up all the time. I'm right now sitting on a list of about 160 purchase requests that I've been given since the beginning of the year that I just put them on hold. Because my budgeted rate is now higher than what I'm actually running in vacancies, the people that I have in my payroll, I don't have the full budget for. So on the general fund side, I'm asking to reset the budgeted vacancy rate down below where I'm actually running. And if we set that at, say, 8.5%, I need a $5.3 million budget adjustment for that. So you put those salaries back into my budget. The unfortunate thing is that the reduction in vacancies seems to be mostly civilians. I'm still running 170 deputies short of what I have in my budget. So while my overall vacancy rate is 10.5% right now, my deputy vacancy rate is still 24%. So I'm not seeing much of an impact on my overtime. In fact, with all the pay raises we had last year, my overtime dollars are way up. Year on year, I'm about 7% higher. The other impact that affects that is with the same number of deputies that I basically had for the last 20 years, we're struggling to maintain a population that has almost doubled. So when it comes to cutting overtime and controlling overtime, how do I do that? Do I cut back on some shifts? Do I cut back on pursuing different crimes that aren't serious enough? We haven't really figured that out yet. And this year, our overtime is still as high as it ever has been, even though my civilian vacancies are drawing down my purchasing power. I'm going to be over budget this year. And I'm estimating on the general fund side, probably 5 to 6 million.
Madam Chairman and Supervisor Galvin.
Please.
To anticipate your question, is there certain things that deputy sheriffs have to do before they're allowed to go home under the court mandate? And so that adds to the pressure for the overtime, like completing reports and those kinds of things that they're mandated to be done.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you.
On the detention side, I have a little different problem.
May I ask a question,
Yes, ma'am.
drill into that a little more? Have you had over budget overtime in previous years?
Yes.
Okay.
Every year we run over budget and overtime, and it's offset by our vacancy rate in the budget being lower than where I'm actually running.
And this year is different because you're running higher than what was budgeted, correct?
Correct.
So, and that currently is 5 million?
Yes. If you look at fiscal year 25, I had a 2% gap between the budget and my actual vacancy rate. That gave me $3 million of extra purchasing power, say.
Yes.
This year, I'm the exact opposite. I'm upside down. So I'm now $3 million under or over budget because I don't have the money to pay for all of my positions.
That's what I heard you say. So is that just for sheriffs, or is it for detention officers, or some combination?
It's just for sheriffs.
Oh, I'm afraid to ask about detention officers. Where are you there?
So on the right side, I show the detention vacancy. And we're seeing a similar thing where the vacancy rate is coming down as we hire more and more detention officers into the academy or pre-academy. The problem on the detention fund side isn't so much that my vacancy rate isn't sustainable where it is. It's that I'm still running a lot of overtime. I still have 800 detention officer or detention deputy vacancies.
Mm-hmm.
I had 850 last year, and I had 810 the year before. So we're running a lot of overtime in the jails. The civilian population is a lot smaller in the jails as it is on the general fund side. But that's where I'm seeing most of my hiring, because in that group includes trainees and it includes pre-academy, hopefully in the future, deputy detention officers.
Madam Chairman.
Please.
Probably what doesn't make sense is we talked about we've hired a lot of people, and that's why we don't have as much of a vacancy factor. And the overtime's still up. And the reason for that is it takes a year. By the time we actually hire someone to be a deputy sheriff, put them in the academy, and send them through their field training program, that's a year before they're actually able to be in a patrol car by themselves. And so because we were so short-staffed for a long time, it's going to take a year and a half to catch up. On the detention side, the time period is shorter because the length of the trainings in the academy and the field training is shorter. But still, there's a lag time between when we hire individuals and they're able to fill a post.
Thank you. Supervisor Stewart said he had a question, and then Vice Chair Lesko.
Thank you, and
Stewart.
thank you very much. Thank you, Sheriff, for being here. And Mr. Prindiville, last year we talked about funding for pay to turn the curb on vacancies, right? We're maybe 5 months into the time the budget was allotted to when you get things ramped up. Are you starting to see a trend line to where those vacancies are starting to shorten? I don't expect it to be fixed in 5 months, but I'm curious as to where the trend line is. And then, did you foresee this overtime issue coming? Like, is this something that we missed in the budget last year?
It's pretty consistent on the sworn side, on the general fund side.
Okay.
It's slightly higher, mainly because of the pay raises, but we've also seen a slight tick up in vacancies on deputies as well. So we are reacting to this information, and we're trying to limit overtime as much as we can.
We just didn't pencil that in from thinking about higher pay means higher overtime. It was just
every year, I won't say every year, but every other year, and the budget office can back me up on this, I ask for overtime increases based on the pay raises that we get.
Okay.
But last year, you were so generous in giving us the pay raises. The last thing I wanted to do was gripe about overtime. Unfortunately, I didn't forecast the vacancy rate coming down as quickly as it did on the civilian side.
Okay. So I think big picture for me, just in running my business, and I just don't like surprises. Like when these things come down the pike and you're like, whoa, where'd this come from? If it is, the numbers are what they are, right? If we have vacancies and we have overtime because of that, we have to figure that out, and we have to have that in the budget so that we can plan accordingly. And so Jen and her team can plan accordingly for a funding position like this. I'm excited to see that the trend line on detention officers is coming down. So hopefully the pay is making a difference there. I'm concerned about the sworns, right? And if maybe it's not just pay, maybe it's other things that we can support or help with, but it's something we're diligently focused on with you. So I appreciate this. Thank you.
Vice Chair Lesko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jim, I just want to make sure that I heard you right. The $5.3 million that you're asking for in this budget request corresponds to this left chart, correct? The general fund vacancy rate. And it's right now, you want it at an 8% vacancy rate? Is that where you're?
I think to give me a 2% cushion from where I'm currently at,
right? Which,
if the trend continues, 8.5 is going to be pretty tight.
And most of these, I think you said, are civilians, and that I think I heard you say that the deputy vacancy rate is still around 20%. What was it previously before we gave the salary increases?
23.
23. So it's come down 3%.
It's about flat. It's actually
about
still
flat.
at 23, 24%.
Okay. All right. I think those are the only questions that I have. Well, actually, I do have a question. If I remember right, one of the reasons we thought that there was a vacancy rate on the deputy sheriffs was because of the time it took from when somebody applied to, when they actually got offered the job, and then they often went to other cities or wherever they went. Has that improved? And if so, what have you done to do about that?
Fortunately, my boss is sitting down there.
Good.
Madam Chairman, Supervisor Lesko, we have completely reorganized our pre-employment division at the beginning of the year. We have a new commander. We will be going back to a hiring process that we used to have that also mimics every other law enforcement agency in the state, if not the country. That will ensure a much shorter timeline to hire. It's a very complicated reasoning why, but we're going back to a much more efficient way to hire people, which will speed things up. We won't be as quickly as hiring as quick as Phoenix PD, which is about 6 weeks, but we're going to be keeping our standards in place. But the flow by which we hire people will increase significantly. We aim to cut it in half. So it's currently at about a 6-month hiring window for a sworn, and we hope to get that down to about 3 months, which is more in line with the national average. And in that process, we'd be saving a lot of money through training, pre-employment, HR, et cetera, because we'd be weeding out individuals who we cannot hire even if we wanted to, at the front end of it rather than the back end.
Well, thank you. And I do want to say again, thank you to you and your sheriff deputies for the work that they do out. It's a dangerous job. And as I've said over and over again, government's number one duty is to protect its citizens. So thank you.
Supervisor Galvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jim, question for you. When you talk about civilians, that there's been an increase on that side with civilians, what do you mean by civilians? Are you talking?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So we have roughly, I want to say, 1,200 employees in the general fund. 700 of those are sworn deputies of all ranks. 500 are support civilians. Right now, we have 172 vacancies out of the 700 deputy positions or sworn positions. Of the 500 civilian positions, I have 40 vacancies.
But they didn't receive, when you talk about support civilians, they didn't receive a significant pay increase last year, correct?
Dispatchers did.
Dispatchers did, right.
But that's a group of about 40 people.
Right.
Yeah. But the vast majority really want to be here. I mean, you look at my finance team. I mean, even going through some of the court monitor and, you know, that whole drama, they're still in there fighting and trying to, you know, get their jobs done as best they can. I mean, we have a pretty dedicated team. I see some turnover in the technology bureau, but throughout the ranks, it's pretty stable. I mean, a lot of that 500 are support out in the districts too, so it's administrative support. We have civilian investigators, and they're really good.
Madam Chair, another question. So to piggyback on Supervisor Stewart's good line of questioning regarding, hey, was this anticipated? So the large pay increases for deputies, for detention officers, and somewhat dispatchers was not necessarily tied in to what you have seen or reported to us regarding this increase in costs on the civilian side?
No.
Okay. I think that's a distinction that needs to be made. But these civilians also participate in overtime?
To a smaller degree, yes. The vast majority of our overtime dollars are spent out in the districts.
Right. Okay. Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Gallardo? No. If members have no objection, I'd like to skip the rest of the presentation. But Madam County Manager, I'm going to put you on the spot. How do we deal with a current year budget shortfall? I thought we didn't.
Madam Chair, we have started working with the Sheriff's Office about this potential shortfall. We do have mechanisms to deal with it mid-year through a mid-year adjustment, but we still need to get a better handle on what the actual number is going to be.
And just jumping a little bit deeper, was there a policy change that precipitated this, or was it just Mr. Prindiville trying to be nice to us and not tell us about the back end of this?
You mean the overtime impact?
Yes.
No, it's always been the policy. When we do raises every year, even if it's 4%, we include that impact on benefits.
Yes. Oh, I got that part.
Do not adjust overtime. And to me, that has always seemed wrong, but it's one of those flex points when they're trying to balance the budget. How much can you spread around and increase the overtime budget? I mean, we work with Kirsten and her team pretty closely, and you know, we understand it's a tough call. But over the past, gosh, I've been here 8 years now. I can remember 2 or 3 times where we did actually do an increase to the overtime budget. But every year, as the pay rates go up, you would expect that to be bumped up in addition to benefits.
And to that end, it wasn't.
Correct.
Madam County Manager.
Madam Chair, to also add to that, we were anticipating with additional pay raises and retention and recruitment, that we would see a lower overall utilization of overtime.
And so now I go back to what changed within the operations of the sheriff's office.
The 1 year, what the sheriff
Please,
described
Mr.
earlier,
Gallardo.
it takes a year before you can actually get them out on the field and doing their job. Would you anticipate that overtime increase being a one-time thing as officers get more trained and in a patrol car doing the job? Would it be a one-time thing to cover?
I would anticipate it happening. I don't know where we are in the academy right now with sworn academy classes, but when I look at vacant positions, I'm actually, flat out in the field. So if I can, what we are seeing is that we're retaining deputies better, but we just haven't had the classes come out of the academy yet to impact those numbers.
Thank you very much. Hearing no further comments, I wanted to go back and ask Madam County Manager to follow up a little more on this vacancy rate adjustment, because that's the big boy. I appreciate your being so dialed back in your requests.
The first part.
Yeah, I
The second
know.
part, not so much, but yeah.
Yes, and Sheriff, I am, for the sake of time, trying to, not hear the rest, but is there something or some things you really wish to discuss? I'd be.
Well, Madam Chair, there's really one thing in here, and it's.
Yes, sir.
It's more of an emotional issue, and I think I've talked to some of you about this earlier this year. And relying on the state DNA lab is very dangerous for us. And if you remember, we had those two young people that were murdered on Mount Ord. And our detectives knew pretty much not too long after the incident, but we were not able to make an arrest for months because we had to rely on DPS's DNA lab. If we had our own DNA lab, we would have been able to take this individual off the street. We were very scared for months that he might
Grab it.
do something again. And I wanted to thank our county attorney, Rachel Mitchell. She made some phone calls over to the DNA lab folks over at DPS to even extradite things. And so, but it's still something that sticks in my craw that the sheriff's office of this size, with the amount of cases that we deal with, we should be able to do our own DNA, and it's a big price tag. But we're also looking at maybe some other alternatives to funding other than the general fund or something too. So we want to be very creative, but that's really the only emotional one I have here. Well, maybe the other one, I'll add the helicopter, and that's only $18 million. So I wanted to ask for two, but Jim said, no, you better only ask for one. And that is, do you know your sheriff's deputies? They do more rescues on a weekly basis than any other agency in the state. And we rely on basically two helicopters. One is down for 4 months because it's reached a certain time period. And so now we only have Fox 1 available, and that goes down periodically for maintenance also. And but your deputies are out there doing some pretty spectacular rescues on a daily basis. And one of the things that we've seen is an uptick in the rescues in more remote areas because of the electric mountain bikes now or something. You don't really need the physical ability to get out there in the middle of nowhere. You just get on your electric bike and you fall down and break your leg there, then you're in a lot of trouble. And that's where, again, our aviation unit, our helicopter, and the deputies are able to get out there and rescue these people. And there's maybe 5 a week on a slow week. And some of them have been pretty spectacular in actually rescuing people and saving their lives. And so that's why a helicopter sounds like a nice thing to have, but in a county this size, with the population that we have and the popularity of outdoors and the easy access people have now, it's going to be a critical issue. And so don't be surprised in another year or two, I come sitting here and seriously asking you for one.
So you kept it to 2.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Stewart.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff. And, you know, the mother of the young children or the young kids that were murdered out camping came up to me just 2 weeks ago at an event, and she brought up the crime lab, right? She was distraught throughout that process, and I had several conversations with her and did not be able to answer her questions on the timelines and to get her answers because I knew you guys were working on the case, and I was thankfully coached by some of your team on how to handle it, which thank you to them for doing that. But for a county our size to be able to have to rely on the state, you know, cities like Chandler are building their own, Gilbert's building their own, for us to move forward as a sheriff's department of the future and being an innovative sheriff's department, you know, we've got to find ways to make that happen so that we can speed up the case logs, so that we can convict or at least prosecute with the right evidence the people that do bad things in our community. And we're at this place where I think it's dire. So I appreciate you bringing this forward. Hopefully we can find a way to make something like that happen. As you know, our budgets are constrained, but we will, you have my honor, or my word, that I'll try to do what I can to make that happen. I think for our neighbors, it's important.
Sheriff.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Galvin.
Thank you all for your presentation, and Sheriff, once again, thank you for your service, so valuable. And I don't think you need to know how much you mean to us as a board and for the people of Maricopa County. My question is for the first slide that you have, Mr. Prindiville, with the pie chart, in particular the green item that says compliance, $36.5 million. Is that a figure that was randomly pulled out of thin air, or is that a number that's been vetted by budget experts?
Completely vetted. Completely vetted.
Okay.
And been vetted for the last 13 years that it's been on this chart.
And would that compliance number of $36.5 million include vetting by your office, the county budget office, and the state's auditor general?
All three of us, yes.
Okay. And would that compliance number of $36.5 million be completely fabricated out of thin air by the 5 members of the Board of Supervisors?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Really?
That's it.
Okay. Anybody else? So thank you very much, Sheriff, and look forward to working with you and your experts on this vacancy issue, because it's not lining up for me, and I'll just put it out on the table. We've got to figure out a way to be able to foresee that and budget for it. And I don't want all the efforts we went through, which included really a vote for a marginal tax increase by maintaining the flat tax. I don't want the good work that you're doing derailed any way, shape, or form. If I could put in an ask in any way, it would be for a victim advocate, or you can just have Sergeant Undersheriff Gentry in that role, because I have never seen such extraordinary handling, empathy, sympathy as I witnessed with Undersheriff Gentry and his chief detective in meeting with that poor mom. So I wanted to publicly thank you. It's something I will never forget. That being said, let's wrap it up. Let's plan on being back here at 1:30. And appreciate everyone's patience, especially as pertains to clerk of the court, and the county assessor. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
reconvene the meeting at 1:40 and invite the Maricopa County Clerk of the Court forward to present. Joseph Malka, Clerk of the Superior Court, Michael Nimitz, Director, and Nancy Rodriguez, Executive Director. And welcome, and thank you very much for your patience.
Let's go. Hey, how are you?
No, it has to be green.
Oh, thank you.
If you could, for those who are participating online, starting to my right, introduce yourself for the record. Thank you.
Certainly. Madam Chair, Board, I am Nancy Rodriguez. I'm the Executive Director for the Clerk of the Superior Court.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, I am Joseph Malka, the Clerk of the Superior Court.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Michael Nims, Director at the Clerk's Office.
And let the record show that Supervisor Gallardo is joined us online. Have you tracked down Supervisor Galvin yet?
Madam Chair, no word on Supervisor Galvin yet.
Okay, if you would be so kind to notify us when he does join. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Well, this is going to be anticlimactic because we are not going to be asking for any helicopters or airplanes this afternoon. We're going to keep it short, simple, and sweet. It'll be your dessert after your wonderful lunch. The Clerk's Court is a fiduciary, just like you are a fiduciary, of people's money. We're responsible for all monies that flow through the Superior Court here in Maricopa County, all the data and all the documents that are filed with the court. And we're not going to be asking this afternoon for anything as far as positions are concerned or anything like that. We're going to focus specifically on technology and the requirements that we need. It's a very small percentage of our general budget. A little bit over 1% is what we're looking for at this time. As you know, and as you've heard for this morning from Judge Gates, we're the fourth largest trial court in the country. And with the population growing within Maricopa County, it's kind of a function of what's being filed with our courts and what we're responsible for processing. We've kept within our budget. We work very hard to do that. And we're able to keep a lot of the employees that we have thanks to the generosity and the competitive pay that you've been able to give us to work with. So we have a lot of people that are staying with us and happy to be working with us. Our case filings are up. As I said, it's a function of the growth of the county. Over the last 3 years, they're up 10%. And if you want to put that in a number, it's about 10,000 documents per day that are being filed and processed through the court. And that's just the Superior Court. Our customer contact is also up 13% as far as phone calls are concerned. Online chats are up by 20% fiscal year 2025. Our fee waiver and deferral applications are also up by 25%. They're at 37,560 in fiscal year 2025. Now, the way we're able to keep the same number of employees that we have, but process this additional information and these funds and the data that's coming through us is by actually using the innovation through the technology that we have. And that needs to constantly be updated for security purposes as well as to keep up to date with what's coming through. So the way we've transitioned into technology is we've increased the e-filing availability. So people don't have to come to court. And it's good for the public, but it also helps us to process the paper electronically. All major case types in Superior Court are now people are able to e-file those. So it speeds up the process, takes some people out of the process physically from doing that. We have a virtual agent that resolves 92% of our online chats. So that's, again, where we don't have to have a physical person doing it. The ones that can't be resolved there will be automatically funneled to a human being so that they can handle those issues and take care of that. It's all about productivity and it's all about efficiency. Online fee waivers and deferral services, those are also being done, like I said, online, and ongoing internal process improvements consistently. We've just brought on a new person who's in charge of the technology department. They're doing a full review of it, and they're determining what we need. So basically what we're asking for today, as far as the upcoming budget is concerned, is a non-operating, non-recurring, one-time amount of $700,000, And that is for a multi-year renewal of licensing. So it's not just 1 year, it's multiple years where we get the benefit of reduced costs by doing it in multiple years. And we also have support. Our data center is pretty mature at this point in time, so we need to make sure that it stays up to date. It has all the proper things. If it goes down, that becomes a big issue. We've got a great department that takes care of all those things, but if it comes down, we need to make sure. So that's what we're asking for today, and that is the ask at this time. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lesko?
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. What's your current budget? What's your baseline budget now?
I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mike.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Lesko, baseline budget is just north of $52 million in the general fund.
52 million. And Madam Chair and Sir, and then you're asking for 700,000 one time.
Correct.
Okay.
For multiple year licenses.
And how many years will that cover, sir?
The licensing period is for 3 years. Last year, we had submitted as part of our budget request operating expense, and that was annualized amount. The renewal will come due in fiscal year 2027. The $700,000 will give us the capacity for a multi-year increase. The software across the board, without exception, is increasing well beyond the standard 3 to 5%. In order to lock in a rate for a service that we'll likely need for 3 years, that's where the request for $700,000 comes to play.
Thank you. And just so that I understand, a virtual agent, is that an AI agent? Is that what that is?
It is, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, good to know. Thank you. I yield back.
Supervisor Stewart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a little more than 1% of your total budget. Of your total budget, what percentage of that is salaries? Or is it mostly?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Stewart, approximately 90% of our total budget is personnel. The next highest line item would be technology, software, and licensing, which comprises about 4 to 5% of our overall general fund budget.
Got it. So you're making an investment here in AI technology for what's your anticipated customer service impact when you do this?
The funding that we're seeking is for licensing and support of our data center. So this is the system required to keep the applications and systems that our office runs on, that the court and public depend on, to make sure that they are available, secure, and if in the event that there's a hardware failure, that there's redundancy in place.
Okay, thank you. So they're asking for all that upfront for a 3-year contract. Is that what you want to do as a one-time 3 years? Otherwise, we could spread that out over 3 years? Could we do a contract with them where, every year it's, was it 233?
With the total 3-year, Madam Chair, Supervisor Stewart, the total 3-year estimate would be more along the lines of $1.05 million. Within our current operating budget, we have the capacity for 1-year renewals. Given the steep increase in software licensing fees, we think it would be economically advantageous to enter into a 3-year agreement. So what we're seeking is essentially a one-time funding of years 2 and 3 to avoid any escalation in price in fiscal year 2028 or 2029.
Okay, and follow up on that is, so if they're increasing our fees every year, have we shopped other vendors to support our efforts to save money?
In all facets of the office, particularly with technology, we do work internally and with ETI to find economies of scale and to look for replacements in services and vendors. In this space, your options are pretty limited. This is Microsoft SQL server licensing, and that there's little capacity to go out and find a solution that would replace this.
So we're stuck. They can keep raising the rates, and we just got to say, thank you.
Not indefinitely. Yeah, there's a breaking point somewhere, but you would be kind of dependent on another vendor to enter the marketplace.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, Supervisor Galvin has joined.
Oh, thank you. Welcome, Supervisor Galvin. I wanted to let you know we are clerk of the court's budget. Did you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Okay. That's pretty low drama.
See? Promises made, promises kept.
I did want to ask, because I believe there has been a change in leadership in terms of you,
Right.
and wanted, first of all, to thank you very much for serving. But second of all, in new person coming in, just kind of bird's eye view in terms of because so much of what you do is technology heavy. What are your assessments of what needs to be done? I mean, thank you for referencing the software renewals and that it made more sense to do it on a three-year cycle. Anything that we need to know in terms of the stability and security of the office?
I stepped in, Madam Chair, I stepped into an amazing team, and it was all thanks to the individual that I took their place, Jeff Fine, the previous clerk. I have an executive team of rock stars, as you can see. I'm sitting between two of them right now, and there's a lot more back at the office.
It's kind of feeling that way.
It's fantastic. So I was lucky in that way. I don't see anything that at this point in time would need to be dramatically changed or anything, but we have excellent communication as well.
Okay.
So anytime something does come up, we address it as quickly as possible. My background, I was a judge for 22 years in the limited jurisdiction courts. I'm an attorney, and I have the background, so I understand both sides of it, the clerk as well as the court system.
Okay.
And I have that kind of rapport with the court system as well. Judge Gates has been fantastic to work with, and we coordinate. Every month we meet, and we talk about what's going on. So I don't see any issues right now that have come up.
Thank you very much. A number of these offices have been saying, this is what we're going to need down the road. So that was markedly missing from your update, and now I can say thank you. Appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right.
Madam Chair, I have one question. I think Supervisor Lesko did as well. Did you want to go first?
Yeah, you go first.
Thank you. Okay. I would have been up all night if I wouldn't have asked this question. Did you guys, did ETI present post-SQL to us as an option instead of Microsoft as a possible cost savings? Would that fit our model?
My apologies, Madam Chair, Supervisor Stewart. I am not the technologist from our office.
Okay.
I do know that some of the licensing costs related to the data center are passed along to the departments, including our office, through the central cost allocation model. The SQL Microsoft licensing that we're addressing here falls outside of that.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Stewart, may I add on? The clerk of the court does have their own IT team that is separate from ETI, but we can make a connection and help facilitate an answer to that question.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, did you have another question?
I did.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is similar to Mr. Stewart's, and I was just wondering if, maybe the county could explore alternatives to these IT licenses, because the sheriff had, 2.1 million. They had it increased because of IT licenses, and I'm not a technology expert, so I would like to explore alternatives because these costs just keep going up. I don't know if open source technology is an alternative or not, but anyway, my statement.
Just a minute. Madam Chair and Vice Chair Lesko, I do know that we have had some beginning conversations, at least through email, with some folks over at ETI. We're not currently within the county's enterprise license agreement for SQL. So we're just barely starting to have conversations about what that would involve. And so I'm looking forward to those conversations to see if we can save some money that way.
Sounds good. Thank you.
To that point, Madam Chair.
Mr. Stewart.
Thank you. So should we put a pin in this until we find out if we can find cost savings for your departments?
What does put a pin in it mean in this instance?
Pause until we sign up for the new budget, if we can find a more cost-effective way for just like with the sheriff's department, instead of finding cost increases, finding cost decreases with our software? Or, because this is a 3-year contract, right? So I don't want to jump into this if we can find cost savings by that conversation that the county manager will have with your team.
Madam County Manager.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Stewart, as we go through the budget process and analyze this, we will have that conversation to see if this needs to move forward.
Thank you.
Okay, run.
All right. Have a good afternoon. Thank you.
No, I'm just teasing you. Thank you so much. Okay. The last presentation, I believe, before we go into executive session is the 2027 budget for the Maricopa County Assessor. And I'm hoping that Assessor Cook is here. There. Don Marie Buckland, Executive Director, and Brent Vaughn, Contact Center Director. Please come forward. Thank you. And welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Assessor Cook sends his apologies. He did have to leave to go testify in front of Senate Finance on one of our bills this afternoon, so we're happy to cover that. And of course, he'll be able to provide any clarification if you had any questions for him as well.
That's excellent. For the record, would you introduce yourselves so the people online know who's talking?
Yes, Madam Chair. My name is Don Marie Buckland, and I'm the Executive Director for the County Assessor.
And Madam Chair, members of the board, Brent Vaughn, I'm the Director of the Star Contact Center.
Thank you. Proceed.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. We are here to present our 2027 budget, which we're also happy to share that we have no above baseline requests for this fiscal year. So we'll quickly go through the priorities for the upcoming fiscal year. The Assessor's Office locates and identifies properties, which sounds fairly simple, but we have about 1.8 million parcels and accounts here in Maricopa County. And the purpose of doing so is really to provide the basis for property taxes for all of for Maricopa County, as well as the 26 cities and towns, the about 2,500 special districts for Maricopa County, as well as the 63 school districts. We are committed to doing that fairly and equitably, and you'll see that that's a theme throughout what we do, and with a one-team approach. So when we talk about one team, that's something that's been inherent in how in the culture of our organization in terms of the Assessor's Office, our teamwork with the County Treasurer, the Recorder's Office, County Schools, obviously the Star Contact Center, but really with the county as a whole. And I think you'll see our goal really is to make it very clear and transparent to all of the residents and business owners in Maricopa County. When they come to Maricopa County, they don't need to know the difference between the assessor, the recorder, the treasurer, the county proper. We're all one team, and we do this together. Our focus, though, today is really going to be on innovation and efficiency. We're right now on year 5 of our 5-year strategic plan. We're kicking off the next effort actually on February 11th with a cross-functional team to take a look at what our next 5 years need to look like. 5 years ago, we were looking at a lot of things that were, quite frankly, pretty broken. We had a system that had been built in 1992. Everything was paper-based. The state law actually required people to come to our office in person and fill out a paper form to be able to do business with us. And we've been able to work with the state legislature to get those laws updated. And then thanks to the investment of the Board of Supervisors over the years, we now have automated systems that allow us to provide service in the way that people now expect to conduct business. These are our current strategic plan initiatives. If you're familiar with Stephen Covey, the 4 disciplines of execution, there are things that become wildly important, and many times it's because they're broken, and eventually those become part of the whirlwind. So when we start talking about, we have our strategic plan initiative to have create an exceptional customer experience. When we look at our next 5-year plan, if that's not an initiative, it doesn't mean it's less important. Creating an exceptional customer experience is always going to be at topmost importance for us. What it does mean is that perhaps it's no longer broken, so it'll maintain its level of importance, but it's a part of how we do business now as a part of something that was broken that needed to be fixed. We also wanted to highlight the fact that we appreciated the collaboration with Maricopa County in the development of the county's strategic initiatives, and we've made sure that ours not only were aligned with that as we went along, but that's a part of our upcoming conversations for the next 5 years as well. So really our focus on our upcoming budget is dealing with the fact that our workload has been and will continue to increase pretty significantly as the county grows, as we have unfunded mandates, and as legislation changes the way that we do business. We have been addressing that, as you'll see, through automation and innovation, and very excited to share some of the results of that, as well as share our focus for the upcoming year. As you see the property values, we saw a slight decrease in that in 2025. We're seeing, again, valuation year 2025 is tax year 2026, our current tax year. We're seeing for valuation year 2026 some preliminary slight increases overall in valuations, and we'll be able to provide you soon with those breakdowns by property classification. Overall, we're looking at a total of about just over 1.9 million parcels and accounts in Maricopa County for the upcoming valuation year, and a total full cash value of $1.17 trillion. And as I want to go back real quickly, one thing to highlight on this slide as you look at the difference between the full cash value, which changes based on the market values throughout the years, the limited property value, because of Prop 117, typically will go up 5% per year. So as you see those values change and new properties come on, what we accomplished through Prop 117 was predictability of property taxes, but we are seeing some issues with equity and fairness in property taxes as a result of that, because we're not always at the same percentage. As a property increases by 5% per year, you might have one property owner in the same model even, but it came online in a different year, so they're at a different ratio for their property taxes. So a big focus for us was not only automation, but innovation, looking at how we do what we do. We're very focused on training, on development of our team so that we can provide an exceptional service. Over the years, in doing so, we've been able to see some efficiencies in the way that we do business as well. We have an innovation strategist that leads our team of innovations. They create capacity in every division within our organization, and it's been just amazing to watch that happen. So you can see, as we look at, I'll go back one slide, the investment there and the return on that investment. Not only are we able to manage this increase in workload with the same number of staff members, but we're seeing a reduction in turnover as well. We had a total of over 13,000 total training hours, and this is just the new results from last year. So this is not the total of certified appraisers, but we have 22 newly certified provisional appraisers, 34 newly certified level 1 and level 2 appraisers with the Department of Revenue. IAAO is the industry standard and the International Association of Assessing Officials. And we had 2 new professional designations there, as well as another person that was certified to be an actual IAAO instructor, a very valuable asset for our team. And you've seen our office-wide turnover since 2021 has decreased down to just under 11% for the last year. If you're looking at, in your binders, you'll see there's a table there, which we've now replaced, and I said corrected. But the reality is what you see in your packets there, the number 277 is the number of filled positions that we have this year. I'd like to draw your attention to the screens as well, because I wanted to highlight the approved FTEs over the years in the budget. So in 2022, we had 296 approved FTEs. For the last 3 years, that's been 291. So as we've had, in your package, you'll see some adjustments based on the actual FTEs for some temporary employees that we had. But I wanted to make that an apples-to-apples comparison for you to see. We're at 277 in terms of our filled positions right now. We've not frozen any of those positions, but what we've done is we've paused. We're looking at every single vacancy to see, is this exactly what we need? Is this our highest priority, or should we reevaluate this in looking at what we need for the future? With that, I'd like to turn it over to Brent Vaughn to talk a little bit about the STAR Contact Center.
Great. Thank you, Dawn Marie. The fiscal year to date at the STAR Contact Center, we are seeing a customer satisfaction rating of 4.78 out of 5. These are post-call surveys that we offer all of our callers, and so we're pretty proud of that number. And we continue to work on improving that. But very solid customer satisfaction rating that we're happy with. Also, fiscal year to date, we're just north of 146,000 calls, with 3/4 of those calls being answered within 30 seconds. So we're responsive to our constituents who are calling in. As far as looking forward to 2027, not looking for above baseline. However, in concert with the Recorder's Office, we are budgeting. We're going to be recruiting and training 60 election temps for the upcoming primary and general elections. When we look at the labor and the licensing costs of that for our customer relationship management system in Salesforce to memorialize all of our calls and capture all that information, $777,000. That does live in the ELE1 budget. So on the recorder side, however, the activities around that really live in the STAR Contact Center. We have all of our seating and workstations ready to go for those 60 additional folks that will be joining us this summer, leading up to the election. So that's what we're looking for in 2027. We're also going to be, we're one of the last, we are the last department in the county on the Avaya phone system. We'll be going one more fiscal year. So right now, currently, I'm working with ETI, and we are looking at an RFP process and looking at vendors. We've already looked at one. We're going to be looking at a few more. And so in FY27, we'll be making the determination of the vendor, and then I'll be visiting with you all a year from now to talk about what that decision is and the funding around the new phone system. We'll also be looking to improve our customer satisfaction rating and see if we can get that north of 4.8. So that's STAR Contact Center for FY27.
Thank you. So as we continue,
Super quick question. How much will it cost to replace the current Avaya system with the new software?
Some of the vendors that we're, Madam Chair, some of the vendors that we're looking at are in the $300,000 per year range.
Thank you.
So that's, a general rule of thumb. That's what we're seeing with some of these. I would expect it to be somewhere around that.
Madam Chair, and I should have, when I introduced Brent, explained that the reason that he's up here today is the STAR Contact Center represents certain county functions, but represents the customer service aspect for the treasurer, the assessor, and the recorder. And Assessor Cook is currently the STAR Contact Center chair. So you're welcome. So as we continue to look for next year.
So to that point, I think it was Treasurer Allen was up here talking to us about it this year, or last year.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
That's right.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, as I had mentioned, a big focus for our upcoming budget year with the resources we have is to look at innovation and automation. And when we look at automation, we've been partnering very clearly with ETI to try and work together. As a matter of fact, I understand that we're the first elected office to collaborate on the Marion and Marco efforts for the chatbot for the virtual agent here for the county. And so we've been collaborating with them on that as well as many others. With the Star Contact Center, Brent has really led the charge on automation as well, and has certain AI elements that help us to actually capture the call and evaluate the call, both in terms of the quality of the call, the way that the agent handled the call, but also in terms of what type of commitments did we make, what is the expected follow-up on that. So we're really leaning on this automation to help us to move forward. One of the things we've been able to do in the assessor's office through the use of robotic process automation, we've been able to take some of those routine rule-based tasks and automate those as well. So something that will be coming before to the board will be a request to actually remove certain fees from our fee schedule. Certain tasks that were very time-consuming and labor-intensive before, we can now automate and make that data available to those that need it. So we'll be looking to do that here on Wednesday. But in addition to the automation and innovation that we're doing within the office, we're also recognizing that the incremental way in which laws have changed over the years has created some conflicts in legislation. And so Assessor Cook had asked me to pass along some of the efforts there to help create clarity in legislation. So one of the first things and one of the highest priorities for Assessor Cook this year is to really look at some of the impacts we're seeing on title deed fraud. We have had victims in our office asking us for assistance on how to resolve some of these issues. And really we had a title deed summit that was an entire day long with several of our legislators and stakeholders that participated in that. As a result of that, we're working with mirror bills in both the House and Senate to try and address some of the loopholes in the statute. One example, to commit fraud through the use of a deed is actually a misdemeanor. We want to make sure that that's actually seen as a felony. But we're also looking at how we can prevent it from happening or at least make it much more difficult in the process. So there are a couple of different bills. One that is an omnibus bill that actually establishes some clarity and some better measures to ensure that this doesn't happen to begin with, as well as some others that working with the Department of Real Estate that they're looking to put forth as well. So we're looking to increase the identification required, and this is something that we're working with the Recorder's Office as well, increasing identification, making sure that both the grantor and the grantee have signed off on documentations. We're looking at an assessor's parcel alert system, so you're familiar with the Recorder's alert system that's based on a name. This would be based on a parcel, so you would be notified that something was occurring on the parcel. Looking at the affidavit of property value, so we actually, right now there are exceptions to that, including with a quitclaim deed. Well, we're seeing a lot of that deed fraud occur on the quitclaim deed, so we're trying to look at opportunities to provide better contact information from those parties, and that, as I said, increasing the penalty for forgery. And then there are also certain loopholes, if you will, where there are statutes of limitations. So if a family member, for example, had paid property taxes over the period of time, had used a forged deed to do so, and had exceeded that 5-year statute of limitations, the original rightful loaner did not have the ability to get their property restored to them. So we're looking at, with the help of stakeholders, being able to address some of those loopholes as well. Senior value protection, this is something where we're looking to clarify what it means by total income so that it's clear and there's consistency on how that's addressed. But we're also, the bill would also send to the ballot a measure that would, where the voters could decide whether seniors needed to continue to renew that every 3 years or whether it could be continued indefinitely. We're finding that very often seniors that qualify don't end up going back to work and increasing their income over that period of time. So there was a bill last year that extended the benefit for veterans, and in doing so, there was some confusion about what those income limitations were. The bill itself, by Representative Carbone, was intended to clarify that a veteran's disabled income or pension would not be included in the total calculation of income, but there was some confusion whether that actually meant that the income wouldn't be considered at all. So they're working to clarify that. One of the things to continue on our journey of automation and exceptional customer service, much of what is still in statute requires us to send things out in paper form through mail. we want to provide an opportunity for people to opt in if they'd like to do business with us electronically instead. And in the course of valuing property, property owners always have the right to appeal that, to appeal it to us, to review it, to appeal it to the State Board of Equalization as a secondary review, and then also to go to tax court. There's been some cases recently where the definition of current use was called into question, and so we're asking the legislature to consider whether or not that needs to be clarified.
Questions? Vice Chair Lesko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question on the senior valuation protection. I can't remember, do you ask what assets the people have? Does that count, or is it just income?
So, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, thank you. The income takes into account just income, not assets. There are, in terms of assets, the value of the home and the assessed valuation of the home, there are some limitations as to what would be exempted in different exemptions, but in the income calculation is the income itself.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, the one thing that I was thinking of on removing the requirement to reapply every 3 years, interest income changes when, the interest rate changes. So, anyway, just a train of thought on that, because their income will increase or decrease based on, because I have Sun City in my district, right? Sun Cities. And even though there are low-income senior citizens, but there are also senior citizens that have CDs, other assets, and so the interest income would vary. Just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you for your input. We'll pass that along as well. We are, from our office perspective, we are looking in terms of the implementation of the policy, and so we provide feedback on what that impact would be and whether or not that language would accomplish the policy itself. But I will provide that feedback to those that are considering the policy decision. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, thanks for not asking above budget and for implementing the technology. Is this the only department that hasn't asked for an increase?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, I believe the Treasurer's Office is not asking for an increase.
Oh, good, thanks. Thank you.
Supervisor Stewart? So going back to strategic plan initiatives, and I'm putting under process development and improvement, and really must applaud you for your work with your fellow departments with whom you intersect.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Over the course of the past year, I've asked about settlements and the cost, that the board is being asked to approve settlement costs, and the order is that you approve the settlement, and then we'll go to the treasurer, and then the treasurer will tell you how much the board just approved. Are you working on correcting that process? It was my understanding from a previous discussion that I think the treasurer had some implementation issues with his software, but where are you on that process, and does that make sense? Is it clear?
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. I think from a,
I should say, where is Assessor Cook?
Madam Chair, thank you. Yes, we've had several conversations between Assessor Cook and Treasurer Allen. Similarly, we understand the concerns. We would love to be able to provide the impact of a potential settlement. And I certainly, with my background in budget and finance, I absolutely appreciate the impact that that has. We have been working with the county manager and the budget and finance staff as well to look at opportunity, as well as with the treasurer's office, to look at opportunities to try and estimate those types of impacts. I think where we run into a bit of a paradox, if you will, is that establishing the value for the property is step one. And there's an 18-month process when we do that as a whole. There's an 18-month process that all of the properties go through to ultimately get to a tax bill. And what we're trying to do is estimate then, if we're going back to a single property and looking at, all right, now we have new information, either because it's gone through the court system Many times they provide us with data that wasn't publicly available before that. So as we look at either a court decision or a settlement conference, it really brings us back to that step one again. So we are continuing to work with our peers, as I said, within the Treasurer's Department, as well as with the county manager and her team, to figure out the best way that we could estimate an order of impact, if you will. But the challenge, again, is that's step one, and to take it through the entire process is difficult. The other thing is, even if we were to run a scenario, a hypothetical scenario to that, until we get the judgment itself, it's we don't know what the basis for interest is going to be. We don't know if legal fees are going to be included in that. So there are a lot of unknowns. But again, our hope is that I absolutely understand the importance of that. You want to make a decision that understands the impact of that decision. So we're looking at opportunities to do so, and want to make sure that we're doing it in a way that really is reflective of reality to the greatest extent possible.
Thank you. And then the other process improvement that I am looking for is kind of a forward look of what's coming down the pipeline, what's coming at us, and also, okay, we made it through court, whatever, board approval is in place, we settle, and then what you ultimately settled for. To close up that whole process loop so we get a sense of it, you can limit your approach to not to exceed or not inclusive of, but understanding that individually these properties are not, they're not a make or break for the county, but at the same time, it's a fiscal impact. So I wanted to extend my thanks and appreciation to Assessor Cook, since he couldn't be here today, for his work and your work on that issue. The other issue that he had mentioned, and I don't know if that's encompassed in the 8 bills or not, was looking at the tax court structure and seeing if that could be expanded to a certain extent in terms of increasing the number of courts or additional judges. Where are we on that?
Madam Chair, while I understand that that is certainly a possibility to look at the structure of the court, I think we would need to have some conversations with the presiding judge and understand her interest in that before we look to move forward with anything like that.
Oh, my apologies. I thought that was underway. Any other questions, comments? No. Then you are free to go, and thank you very much. I appreciate your patience. Thank you for waiting, and again, thank Assessor Cook for his patience.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, this concludes the public portion of the meeting. Is there a motion to go into executive session, Madam Vice Chair?
Madam Chair, I move that we go into executive session.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. In the interests of clarity, Madam Clerk, would you take a roll call vote so we know who heard us and who didn't?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Supervisor Stewart?
Aye.
Supervisor Galvin?
Aye.
Supervisor Lesko?
Aye.
Supervisor Gallardo?
Aye.
Okay. And Chair Brophy McGee?
Aye. So motion passes unanimously. So far, so good. We're all on board. We'll meet at 2:30 in executive session. Thank you, board members. Thank you, staff.